So good morning, everyone. Update since yesterday I started with a weather report. I'll update with a weather report. It has finally snowed a lot here, so I'm looking onto still a dark night, but snow-covered roofs, and that makes me even more envious of not being with you in person due to family reasons. But I'm delighted and very grateful to the organizers that this online participation is possible. I know it creates an extra burden, so thanks a lot for making it possible. My name is Mira. I currently am head of initiatives development at GESTA, the Geneva Science and Diplomacy Anticipator. We are a think tank and a do tank. So what we do is that we bring science to diplomats in Geneva and allow them to anticipate what is happening next. And based off the greatest needs, we're building initiatives around to approach them. So typically in the realm of quantum, when we had discussions with policymakers around quantum computing, we quickly realized that there's a big gap, the quantum divide. And so one of the initiatives that we built is the Open Quantum Institute together with the diplomats and trying to approach and hopefully close or do some mitigate the quantum divide. I work on other initiatives in very different technologies such as synthetic biology and neurotechnologies as well. But the reason I'm speaking today is that in my previous life until March this year, I led the Responsible Quantum Computing research effort at IBM Research and IBM Quantum, and built that up and kind of got to see how far you can get within a corporate structure with respect to responsible innovation in a new technology. So this is what I'm going to talk about today. Just by background, I'm a political philosopher. So you'll notice that I have put in this work quite a bit of focus on being clear on principles and values. So my aim today, it's going to be a short talk, and I should also say everything that I'm talking about is public, and you can find, we've finally published the papers about it, so you can find them online. I put the references if you want to see more details as well. So what I want to kind of walk you through is how we build this initiative at IBM and kind of the key learnings in terms of what I found effective in terms of the methodology we've chosen. And then also now looking kind of back, and when I prepared this talk, looking into the public assets that are still around, maybe reflecting a little bit on whether something has changed ever since I left or not. So to get us started, I started this effort together with a colleague, Ryan Mandelbaum, whom you might know. Ryan is now doing a fantastic podcast, actually, on quantum computing. So if you haven't listened to that, I think Ryan is a very entertaining podcaster. So check that out. But we started kind of together, and this was in 2024, but way before that, more 2022, with defining responsible quantum computing as quantum computing that is aware of the power of its effects. Another way of saying that we shouldn't be naive about quantum computing, and if we want to be sort of real about this technology and thinking about the impact of this technology, we need to be really aware of the power, and the power can be, of course, both have positive impacts, but also a negative impact. And we just need to have that awareness and act on that awareness. So that was almost like the foundation. And based off that, we worked together with the organization to build a responsible quantum practice. So what I'm talking about here in terms of the method, you can find in the paper you see here on the right-hand side that has been published in IEEE Electron Devices magazine, where we're talking about how we build it. And so what I just want to highlight is the three building blocks here. So as you can imagine, IBM Quantum has been born out of a very, very technical and very kind of physics and kind of semiconductor-driven endeavor. So when we first started to speak about values and sort of responsible quantum, none of that, or responsible technologies, none of that really was around. What was around when we started was a reaction to the Black Lives Matter summer, where IBM had just pulled out of their facial recognition technologies being allowed to used for the AI technologies being allowed to use for facial recognition, as they realized that the data was based on historic data and hence extremely biased. And so that has just been a statement by the CEO to Congress, where he clearly said that IBM's technology shouldn't be used for facial recognition until they have better data. So it wasn't a finite statement. But there was just to say that there was very, very little. And we started this conversation with the leadership of IBM Quantum, making them aware of the sort of wider ethical implications of quantum computing, the ones that we discussed yesterday, and the need to work with the team to kind of, on the one hand, understand where the team stands on a lot of these issues. There were papers around, a lot of you will know, Emma McKay's paper on the militarization and the military language being used in quantum. And of course, a lot of the especially younger and junior folks that were joining the teams that were discussing about it, they were wondering what can they do? Do they have to work with defense companies? Do they have any sort of wiggle room and room for maneuver if they didn't want to do that? And so there were a lot of questions raised, essentially. And so the way we decided to proceed is that we said, well, we need to kind of understand, we can't come in, and in particular I can't come in as a philosopher and tell everyone what to think and tell everyone what the values are and what the principles should be, and then they need to be adopted, and then to them it's just another set of sort of foreign ethics guidelines that they don't feel connected to. And so instead what we did is that we did what I call participatory research interviews across the organization. So we really sat down often with the senior leadership in one-on-one interviews, and asked them about what's kind of, we did a mix of methodologies here, but kind of a little bit of futuring, where we asked them, what's your desired future with quantum computing? Why are you spending all these amounts of times in the lab building quantum computers? What motivates you most, but also what would be kind of worst outcomes? What are you afraid of? And kind of worst outcomes and afraid of is different, but really also asking them in current developments, is there anything that you think should go different? And these are confidential interviews. So we really found that everyone was opening up, and we learned quite a lot, and we were quite surprised by how on an individual basis everyone was extremely concerned, and you could really see that sort of the individual values were very strongly, and the sort of the overall tone was that people were working on quantum computing because they saw the positive applications. They were motivated by the applications for the climate crisis, applications in materials discovery, and applications in drug discovery. And I'm highlighting that because often, when we hear these marketing statements of these companies, we think that they're just marketing statements, but I think it's good to also realize that no, the people who work on that, they believe in them, not the overhyped statements, but that's driving them, and that's driving them to build these computers. And so on an individual basis, there's this belief, and they really want these computers for those reasons. But then quickly also, when it came into what worries you, the biggest thing that worried the researchers and the leadership was the hype. So all of them across the board said, this is what motivates us, but if we're seeing this being, this is also moving into a commercial endeavor, our initial motivations and kind of, they're so overhyped, and if we're looking into what sales organizations are doing with the statements we're giving them, that is really worrying us. So just want to highlight again that what I noticed is this interesting element of what is happening from once something leaves the individual to once it becomes part of the organization and the logics of a corporate, how things are changing. and how also the influence of the individual on these statements and kind of on these elements are changing. So we did the interviews, which were the basis for, we analyzed them, and we kind of analyzed them for what are the common values that are projected through the interviews. And then from the common values, what are the principles? So we differentiated values in terms of values, and then principles how to act on these values, and what would be the sort of call to action based on a value in order to realize the values. So we kind of came up with initially a list of 30 principles and values that we prioritized down. I'll speak about that in a second. But that was kind of based on these interviews. And then what we also did is that we did stakeholder workshops. So these are not workshops with the most important stakeholders, they're that as well. But importantly, we did stakeholder mapping exercises. So we got the different teams together and really did a kind of what will be familiar to most of you, relatively straightforward, asking them, who are your direct stakeholders? Who are your indirect stakeholders? Who are stakeholders that, now that you think of it, are also indirect stakeholders, but that you haven't thought about before, like wider society, people impacted by your customers, people impacted by the effect of what your customers are doing with a quantum application and so forth. So really got them to think quite a bit out of their typical box, or their typical kind of narrow, who are the people I have to deliver to, and really mapping them as broadly as possible. And these workshops were really important because we did them as team workshops, also because together with this, we did a sort of ranking of values and also red lines. So we asked the teams, is there any sort of applications? Is there anything where for you there's a red line that you wouldn't want to cross? And that was particularly interesting because it also served almost as a team building exercise, because teams often hadn't really spoken about that with their managers, and they didn't necessarily feel that there was the room to share around this. So they found as teams that they actually had red lines of team colleagues that either the manager wasn't aware, or they as team colleagues weren't aware. And also in some cases, they realized that they were quite aligned. And in some cases, they realized that some of their colleagues had less of a problem with a certain type of work than other colleagues had. So that was good. I think I should also say that what was overwhelmingly sort of through the management, there was an overwhelming agreement that if someone felt it wasn't right for them to work with a certain customer, that there would be the freedom to not work with the customer. Something that we didn't get to work on is, of course, then would that have implications longer term on their careers, but at least on these sort of individual basis, when we did this work, so 2022, 2023, they got a kind of freedom or agreement that they could say no to working with certain customers or working on certain types of applications. So these are in a way the three building blocks: the research interviews, the stakeholder mapping workshops, together with them also the use case ranking in a way, their most desired use cases and least desired. And then based off that, the values and the principles that we got out of this tons of data and that we prioritized. So our work then really was this kind of the analysis of the data, our additional work, I should say, also the contextualization in the existing research. So of course we wouldn't want completely random and kind of detached from anything else that was going on at that time in the responsible quantum research and responsible innovation. And so what we had to do, because that's the reality of a corporate, you can't, although that would be very nice, you can't give them 30 principles. No one will, they're not actionable, and also no one will read 30 principles. It's as if you had nothing if you had 30 principles. So it's very clear we prioritized them down to 10, but when we spoke to the most senior leadership of quantum, they're like, no, you like even 10 principles, we need 5 at maximum. So we had to condense all this work from, all these interviews down to 5 principles. And you will see, I think I have them on the next slide. And no, maybe I'll jump ahead quickly. So you'll see that these principles are relatively abstract. Make positive societal impact, explore use cases with foresight, promote our products accurately, make consistent principled decisions, build a diverse and inclusive quantum community. Our compromise, and of course, initially we weren't entirely happy with that, because the more abstract you get, the less concrete you are. And so we liked that with our 10 principles, we were covering quite a bit of ground, and it was quite clear in terms of the demarcations, and of course then with 5 that is less clear. However, I think what is really positive here is that it's not just this one-line statements, but to kind of disambiguate, we were able to define the statements. So I think that's also quite good, because I think it does quite a lot in terms of disambiguation. And if you look at them now and the sort of context that I shared with you, you understand why promote our products accurately was really, really, really important to the team. Making a positive societal impact similarly, that's what really motivates the researchers. That's why they're working on it. So they wanted to make sure this is kind of enshrined, and this is something that IBM Quantum would follow. Exploring use cases with foresight, if you look at that together with making consistent principled decisions, this is a little bit redundant, but generally kind of it goes back to the definition earlier, not being naive about use cases and thinking twice, thinking about possible unintended impacts of use cases that might seem positive initially, and kind of being aware of, and this is of course alluding to something like dual use without saying it. And then making consistent principled decisions is basically to say, follow these principles, and making sure, and this is also a call in a way to that leadership, to ask by the employees to kind of ask their leadership that where there is conflicts, that they're being transparent about it, and they make decisions in line with these principles. And then a diverse inclusive quantum community. To those who remember Qiskit from the early days, I know it has changed a lot in the past 5 years, but initially Qiskit, so the open source platform, but also the community around Qiskit, was incredibly open. It has been productized more, so it's been closed down over the past 5 years more and more, but that is still at the heart, that a lot of the organization want to make quantum education very inclusive and kind of shared, and also make sure that the people that are working on quantum computing, that there's a kind of inclusive community around it. You can see, I think, this is why I think it's important to see dates, that these are from January 2024. I am not sure we would have been able to put them out with this language in January 2025. I am happy to report, though, if you go on the link that I have done here, that they're still up. So let's look at the right things. So going back to then kind of the main themes that were also discussed in terms of possible risks of quantum computing, and kind of were the underlying motivators for the effort that we did, is of course cybersecurity. In cybersecurity, I think the interesting bit doing this at IBM was that IBM was, of course, also one of the companies that has contributed to at least 2 out of the 4 finalists in terms of PQC. So there was always a sort of neat story. Well, we're working on the possible risk, but we're also working in-house. We worked right from the start on the mitigation, and we invested a lot, and it's an open source algorithm. So in a way, nothing that is per se a product, but really kind of working on mitigating one of the kind of biggest risks of the computer we're building. Then the quantum promise, so what I refer to, the use cases really for societal benefit and potential restriction of certain use cases. And then also the realization that there are quite a bit of unknown risks. And so the idea of starting to ingrain responsible innovation from the start, should say that this was also new, at least in sort of coming from the research side, to have a responsible innovation effort even at all levels of seniority, and not have it just as a kind of singled out ethics board or something that is somewhat detached, but have it ingrained in the organization. So that were kind of the key motivators. The initial paper and kind of initial work focused on community building and education. Some of you might have been at IEEE Quantum Week, where we presented this work, where we looked at the role that the Quicksand work has done, and like to the extent to which community building and education is a pillar of institutionalizing responsible quantum. So we found that the community engagement is really important to include participation from underrepresented groups who may face disproportionate risk, to also hear their voices. That of course it's important to educate a wide range of stakeholders and allow them to participate in decision making. That kind of it would allow to also identify gaps in the implementation between responsible quantum frameworks and then the actual practice of it, and kind of looking into to what extent IBM's, I would say, early practices in education could respond to some of that, and then also highlighting, of course, some of the challenges that were lying ahead, and in terms of institutionalizing responsible quantum practices. What was also published was a language in the contracts, and I'm sorry, the slide isn't sexy, and like contractual language is never really sexy, but I think it's important. That one of the effects also was not just the publication of the principles, but also that in the contracts that IBM signs with all of their everyone who signs up to use quantum computing via the cloud and also to use Quicksand runtime, there is a paragraph on responsible use for Quicksand runtime. So you can see something that if you're a lawyer, you will find is incredibly vague language. So we were really happy that this was taken in, where there's a clear statement about quantum computing being a continuously evolving application, and IBM reserving the right to reconsider access to Quicksand runtime services if applications are not deemed responsible use anymore. So that's, I think, an interesting one. And then the Cloud Services Agreement, both of these are public documents, so you can have a look yourself as well. The Cloud Services Agreement, which is the ones that users sign if they want to use the cloud services, they restrict a number of users, and this is not just for quantum, I should say. So the Cloud Services Agreement is for all cloud users, but restrict some of the users that could, for instance, be, if you wanted to run Shor's algorithm, you would have a contractual problem, essentially, as one. I will say, and I can't comment to the extent of this, but I will say that in particular in the Cloud Services Agreement, ever since I left, the language has changed, and there used to be a responsible use clause in the Cloud Services Agreement as well. And with that, what is my computer doing? Don't allow? Okay. Yeah, so this is where I wanted to stop, and kind of with my kind of giving you an insight into how we build this practice, but also the kind of a little bit more of the details of what the effects of it were. And in terms of what I mentioned yesterday, when I was asked about, the lip service, I said, well, there is quite a bit of things that are publicly out there. So now there needs to be a way of holding these corporates accountable and making sure that they're actually acting on them. So I'll end here.
I'm so honored and thrilled actually to be with you today, to be able to speak in such a great conference, and thank you so much for the invitation to Zeki and Sabancı University. My name is Busra Kamiloglu. I'm working at Microsoft as a customer success account manager. So, I mean, when you hear about a title, I'm pretty sure like no one has an idea what I am doing, because, corporate companies like this kind of titles a lot. So basically what I'm doing is to combine the technical knowledge and expertise of Microsoft the products and services of Microsoft with the customer needs. So I'm like a technical consultant to my customers. I'm based in Turkey. I'm working based in Turkey, Ankara. I have an expertise in IT industry as well as, I have switched different sectors. I worked in aerospace industries and defense industries before. And my educational background, actually, I studied metallurgical and materials engineering, but never worked in that area, though. I loved it. I loved studying it. I just wanted to keep it there as it is, and then switched to new areas and, completed my MBA degree. I also have another hat other than, my work at Microsoft. I have another title. There is an initiative, a youth initiative actually, called Global Shapers Community. Global Shapers is a part of World Economic Forum, an initiative of World Economic Forum, where young people do impactful projects, social responsibility projects, to make the world a better place. And I was a part of it. I started one of the Turkish chapters in Ankara, and then I'll become an alumni because I'm no longer young. It's a youth initiative, and I'm not that young, let's say. But I'm still overlooking the areas and supporting them with their projects. I just wanted to give you a brief introduction of who I am and my interests, and I'm gonna go back to especially to Global Shapers, but maybe in the next couple of slides. So today, I actually want to talk about Microsoft's strategy and the importance of it. I'm not going to, of course, mention what is ELSA and importance of it, but it's a big technology. And the big technologies comes with big responsibilities. So we at Microsoft are actually taking it as a serious thing, and we embrace this quantum for good framework so that we can work ethically and responsibly on that. Just going to be this here. So let's have a look at the quantum for good framework and what does it mean for Microsoft. Actually, there are three big pillars for us: impact, responsible use, and access, democratization of the access. Impact for us is that we focus on quantum projects that tackle big global challenges. And the responsible usage side, we proactively work to make it ethically and safe. And on the democratization side, we try to make it accessible to everyone that can benefit from it. And I want to talk about them in detail, actually. So, yes, and start with the societal impact. So, when we talk about impact, we can say impact on what? So there are so many impacts that we have been talking for the last 2 days that quantum computers can bring. And we know that quantum computing is not gonna magically solve all the problems of humanity, but one of the biggest impacts would be on material science and chemistry. So let's say it's one of the fastest outputs that we can have in a relatively close future. So at Microsoft, we generally focus on that impact. So what we mean with that, we believe that with quantum computing, maybe new catalysts is gonna be implemented, so that it is gonna take carbon from the air. Or like there can be some agricultural benefits of it so that, we can, with the fertilization methods, we can get the benefits quickly. Or, for example, like on the quantum simulation side, we can fasten the process to speed up the pharmaceuticals or drugs that can be used. So it's like 250 years of technology can be condensed into 25 years. So it's going to speed us in the technology and on the scientific progress. The other pillar that we focus on, we said that is the responsibility. At Microsoft, we say responsible computing, not responsible quantum, because we believe that the quantum computers is not going to replace the classical computing. I mean, there's going to be a hybrid version of it. They're going to work together. So we wanted to take it a holistic view of this, and we just don't want to focus on the responsible quantum side, but responsible computing side, so that the full stack from hardware to software, from classical computers to quantum computers, we will be acting responsibly. And the good thing is, we are not starting from zero. We are not starting from scratch, because we already have the basis from AI. We already have, I mean, as a society also, we already started to talk about, to implement responsible AI usage, also at Microsoft too. So it will be relatively easy for us. So we can build on top of this responsible AI principles. And so I mean, it's going to speed us up a little bit more. Of course, the biggest concern is here the dual use. And it is not for quantum computing only, for sure. I mean, it was there for the whole technological developments. It was there when Alfred Nobel invented the dynamite, and even it is not that we build something and it is used for bad purposes, but some of the most pressing technological developments has been built for defense sector. And then we started using it, like cell phones. It's been invented, let's say, for the sake of the military communication, and then we started using it in our pockets and everyday usage. So the problem, the threat was there. But when we put some, safeguards into place and governance models, so we can eliminate those risks, and those have to be built by the governments also, including governments and some institutions. So it's like, similar to know your customer in the banking systems. I think we think that there has to be a vetting process, for example, to know who is doing what on what purposes, actually, so that can prevent some malicious actors and in that aspects. And the third pillar is the democratization of societies. Democratization is a big word. I mean, so quantum computers, if we think that most people will never ever be able to use them or touch them or see them, maybe, at least for the foreseeable future, it's not going to be in our pockets like cell phones or laptops that we are everyday using. So when we say democratization or access for all, it doesn't mean that everyone has an access to a computer and everyone has a quantum computer, of course, at their home. It's going to be behind the doors on a data center. What we mean also, what we embrace is everyone should have an equal access to it, maybe through cloud computing systems, and also an equal access to the outputs of it, to the benefits of it. So everyone can benefit from a technology that has been built by quantum computing systems. If there will be an impact on the climate change, we may have to make sure that everyone would benefit from that benefit. If as pharmaceuticals, a medicine or medication or drugs is built, everyone has to have the equal opportunity to benefit from that. And so one part, as I said, access. And we're trying to make sure that everyone who has the capacity has an access to use a quantum computing through the cloud systems, through the data centers. This is one project. And of course, this doesn't work with just access. I mean, we have to educate people around. We have to make some skilling projects. We have to do some educational projects so that people would know how to use it through our cloud systems. It's just called Azure systems. And of course, regional inclusions and initiatives are one of the most important parts of it. We have to do some skilling projects. We have to partner with the local institutes to spread this word. I want to emphasize one project that we have completed with Microsoft, with Turkey, and with Global Shapers community. This was a project that we have done 3 years ago. It was in 2022. You already know about Turkey for sure. And Özlem also mentioned about Woman, Özlem Sarıhi yesterday. She also, they were also starting Woman back then. So Woman was part of it. And the Global Shapers community that I have just mentioned at the very beginning, the Global Shapers community, part of the initiative of World Economic. Those 3 parties at Microsoft, we put through a Train the Trainer program to increase the knowledge and expertise in the Q-sharp programming languages in Turkey. And we tried to create also the documentation, a Turkish documentation, which never existed before. And for that program, the engineers from Seattle, from the corp of Microsoft, they trained 24 people. And we focused on the women, by the way, women side. We have chosen at least like 50% of the attendees, of the trainers, let's say, from women. Because, you know, in STEM areas, we already missed the train as women, we missed the train, and we still have a lot of gap with men to catch up them on STEM areas. We didn't want to do the same with the quantum technologies. The technology hasn't arrived yet, so let's do it from now. Let's do some, you know, women empowerment also projects, women supporting projects and upskilling. So that was one of the ideas of the program. After the trainings is finished, they did their own sessions to increase like a ripple effect. So we completed 10 workshops in like 2 months, and we actually get lots of applications, like more than 700 people applied for the programs, and 200 completed those trainings. Again, even the attendee side, most of them we have chosen among the women. It was kind of a successful program, especially it was new in India region for Microsoft as well. So why I give this example, it was successful for us, and we have to increase these kind of programs with the help of local institutions. With the other part that I would like to mention is quantum safe programs. So, you know, you're all aware here that quantum is a threat to encryption systems. So Microsoft has announced about migrating the current systems, all the services and technologies of Microsoft to quantum encryptions. So when the technology comes, we don't have to worry. It also expanded to the customers and to the governments. So Microsoft is urging also everyone to encrypt their data and services to be ready for the quantum technologies. And so we are migrating all our services. So they're also willing to migrate their current services, but we are talking a lot about data. I mean, everything we have right now, all the services that we have from the banking systems, from cell phones, credit cards, you know, personal laptops and national security stuff. 2030s, maybe by 2033-ish, we're planning to complete that program. And we're urging others also to be on that without panicking, for sure. I mean, we don't need to panic right now, but we have to have this urgency to move fast. And how we're doing it? Of course, partnerships is one of the most important pillars. At Microsoft, we are also partnering with many local or international stakeholders. I just typed a couple of them, Q-North Initiative. And Q-North, actually, Denmark has just announced that they're going to buy one of our Microsoft's supercomputers, quantum supercomputers. It's a good initiative with us, so that we also started working with the government to increase the There's a skilling around that. We started with the local institutions to do some educational programs. Another institution, Open Quantum Institute. So we're trying to make sure that what we're doing, the quantum research, align with the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And Mira already mentioned about the Justice efforts, and we're trying to partner with them around Open Quantum Institute too. And also we have global partnerships. Sorry, my voice hasn't woken up. Yes, unless Mira, I'm just going to refer to you again. You started at 7 a.m., but my voice is cracking. Anyway, global partnerships like World Economic Forum or OECD, we are also partnering with them to increase those impacts, to be able to create the frameworks around ethical usage. And let's wrap it up. So all in all, when we look at our commitments, we talk about the 3 pillars, the impact of it. We are mostly focused on the materials and chemistry outputs, actually. So, like putting aside the optimizations or financial outputs, what I mean. So we focus on the material science and chemistry outputs. And then we focus on the democratization of the quantum benefits and the societal impacts for sure. And we talk about those 3 pillars and the initiatives of securing our infra and all the data by the quantum cryptography. And we can't do it alone. So we are ready to partner with all the global or the local institutions. We need some frameworks. We are ready to build on that. We have already some knowledge coming from responsible AI. And let's do it together. Let's handle it together. So we're ready to work on that. And thank you so much for listening to me.
Hello, good morning. And thank you to the organizers and thank you for having me. Talking about quantum and I'm speaking about the social responsibility of corporations and private actors. The history is taking me back to the space industry when I started. And I feel like it's doing the same thing. First of all, my name is Malak. My background is law and economics. My academic background is related to international business law. My practice also international business law and of course space law, tech law, and national security application of technologies on national security application of the technology. Export control and everything. I'm based in UAE, in Dubai, and this area is a fertile ground in transactions of technologies and also investments into fields that has application of national security. So that's what we myself, maybe in practice is around. And that's why yesterday I was asking Mira about the component of the legal thing, because coming from the space industry, it's very interesting to see history repeats itself and looking at the gaps in the legal fields and the international law on different activities. And that's what the space industry was about. And a part of my academic background in Sorbonne University, I had double masters, and my master thesis is related to how space insurance can fill a gap, which is the international laws gap, to assert a certain governance in order to govern the commercial activities in space, which was not it was not really there when the international treaties were erected during the Cold War. There are a lot of similarity, and the subject is not comparison between the space and the quantum industries, but so many similarities. You see the application of national security of the quantum, the space related activities are similar. You see also the new actors who are there, and the difference between the quantum 1.0 and 2.0, or the new quantum, and we have the old space and new space, if you want to say that. And one of the most important parts is when I started into the quantum industry, actually it was the ignition of it was the satellite, which was and at that time the quantum industry, it's nothing to be like today. So in 2016, I was working on space insurance contracts and things that related to that, and I was surprised to hear something I never heard before. The first satellite was sent by China, by any nation, in 2016, Matthews satellite, something like that, the name, I'm not remembering. Yes, Matthews. And what brought my attention is like, okay, what are the applications of this on the space industry, on space junk, on national security, on defense, on. And actually, I went through the rabbit hole to understand the technology, which 2016 wasn't like today. So understanding the physics maybe. So yeah, I was like calling colleagues, friends, and I had a friend of mine who was tutoring physics in order to explain to me, but still I don't understand that today. So one of the most important things that we were trying to get through my activities in business or in the legal first was how can we not fall on the trap of what's happening. The technology is moving very, very, very fast, and the legal and the governance are lagging behind. And was looking into it, trying to see what the space industry has done, what we are doing today. Still, we are in big trouble in the space industry. We have the space junk is still there. You have spying, you have wars happening in space that most of the public is not familiar with it. So cyber attacks also. So many things happening in the space. It's not open source. And you find it in the close intelligence community to understand what's happening. One of the most important part when I started with the activities in the business side is to see what is the feedback of policymakers, because I work with policymakers and regulators in the region. What was their feedback? I started that in 2020 with the first company, which was Vernewell Space and Tech, which today is Vernewell Management Consultancies, and the awareness was almost none. And talking to cybersecurity regulators, and they were like, it's not today. Our problem today is the most important issues of the cybersecurity that any regulator see an agency they are going through. At that time, yeah, quantum computing is not tomorrow, so it's in a way, don't bother us with that. That was in 2020 in the region. Later on, I find out that awareness is very important, but education is more important. So we were making different partnerships with different stakeholders like universities and others in order to promote the quantum knowledge among students, and also capacity building when it comes to regulators, policymakers, and others. So, and one of the other most important thing that we see today is like the International Year of Quantum, with the public reach out and everything. People, they find out, and because pop culture and science fiction, they are very, very good into promoting science in a way or another, but they can be very misleading. So some of them, they feel that it's science fiction, but actually it's been 100 years. And here it comes to the comparison between the quantum tech 1.0, which was it's based on fundamentals, it focuses on the initial practical applications of quantum mechanics. And some people, they were surprised to understand that the MRI was based on that. So when we look at I will not go through in details into this. So when we look at the quantum 2.0, the advancements are there. And actually, I spoke with the subject matter expert professor yesterday, and I told you, since you started like in the field of physics, do you feel the change? Do you see that the big change is we are at an inflection point? And your answer, you said yes. And that's because the advancement embraces fully quantum mechanical systems to unlock new capabilities and mainly focuses on the manipulation of quantum states leading to groundbreaking applications. So we see today that there is a power that has been unleashed of quantum technologies. So quantum computing uses qubits, it leverages the superposition, entanglement, and has the potential to solve certain of problems that classical computers are not able to. And here I will highlight the hype is happening today. I can see some companies every day, they say, we achieved near advantage. We achieved advantage. And all this is rather not really helping the industry. It's the opposite. It hurts because I work with investors also. And the investors, when they are asking subject matter experts who are giving advice, actually they tell them what is it about. And this reduces the trust of the investors rather than just getting them to invest. The quantum sensing, and it's one of the, and I heard it yesterday, so many people, they say quantum sensing is, we focus so much on quantum computing, but quantum sensing is one of the most interesting technology for me. I work with the defense, like in the defense industry, I'm a NATO subject matter expert, and I help some companies who are doing some work that is related to military related activities. So this, what we call it, or what DARPA or the DoD, or now they changed the name, they called it is mission ready technology, which is ready to be involved in the, or applied into the defense applications. And we have the quantum communications. So, and this is a problem also we face, or I face, with some of even decision makers, is the difference between the PQC and the quantum cryptography. And this is a part of us also to educate them and to do this work to help them. So I was like the Schrödinger cat everywhere. So the industry at inflection point, and you see the cat in Paris, where you have a few of the most important quantum hardware companies and others, and that cat is roaming the world today. So what we see when it comes to the industry inflection point, there is a scientific momentum that aligns with industrial readiness. It aligns. I did not say that it takes. So we have coherence improvement, logical qubits, algorithmic milestones, international test beds. And here I will go through, it's very complicated one, but if you go from down up, then you go that way. Yeah, I'm sorry for this overlap. So you see that that in a way or another, there is the Shor algorithm in 1995 that it was a first bell that it was ringing to say the quantum computing has the potential to break the RSA. Of course, what I say, it's cryptographically the right term, cryptographically relevant quantum computing. And we move at that from 2016 to 2023, from 5 to 1,000 noisy qubits. And then if you see what the leaders here are saying, and Microsoft is in the house, so you see also what IBM has been announcing, and from 2028, which is the important part, for ELSA, 2028, 2029, probably the commercial scale will be there. So you see some of these players. So Pascal is the French, one of the French leaders when it comes to the hardware. And you have Inflection, Quandilla, and other, of course, Quantinuum, C Quantum. And one of the most important for me startup, it's INQ. It's not there, but INQ, the way they are creating a new business model by acquiring different company in order to fill the gap of the supply chain, or let's say the quantum internet in a way or another, that's what they want to achieve. It's quite impressive and it's something to watch too. And of course, there's something in economics or what we say Darwinism in a specific sector. And this Darwinism, it was pinned in the space industry, how the startups, they come up, then Darwin will do its job and start, you know, getting them one after the other. And you have only the leaders who will stay. Hopefully it's not the case for the quantum industry, but it will happen. So here we've seen this a lot yesterday, but I wanted to say something. If you see, it's very important innovation and the tracking of this kind of funding. If you see a lot of funding is pumped into a specific industry or different activity, it doesn't mean the outcome is positive. It doesn't mean that the outcome of a certain country based on their funding will be giving the result. It depends on so many dynamics within the country to achieve a certain level of innovation flow that will help the industry. I don't know if I've seen this yesterday or not, so I do not want to repeat myself. So here it's there is a motivation that we see today, and it's very, very disrupting. Which to see how the quantum technologies, and here, sorry, I want to highlight something. This one is about quantum computing. It's very, very important because also there is something is happening. Sorry, something is happening that some people they think that quantum technologies are quantum computing because of the news and this I've seen with the cybersecurity ecosystem because I work across industry. And in cybersecurity ecosystem, so many they think that quantum technologies is only quantum computing. So it's like I explained earlier. So this kind of chart is related to quantum computing. So I wanted to just be precise. Talking about quantum computing, what can achieve within this one is McKinsey chart. So in the near future and actually in the up to 2035. Of course, actually, when I see economic studies of disruptive technology like this, because at the end of the day, for example, I take quantum computing in particular. Quantum computing is a technology that can create a multiplier effect. And if we want to see exactly the value of this technology in the future, it is always relative, and it's not. We don't know yet how it will impact. But anyway, this is what is done by McKinsey. So I go to the next one, which is related to enterprises are already becoming quantum ready. So these are a list of enterprises that are already working, whether on pilot projects or they are proof of concept or integrated slowly in order to see. There are a lot of sandboxes also happening from the government side. So yeah, my talk is dedicated or oriented to the industry, so I don't go to the government side. So now the cat is going crazy and there's disruption. And we see that there is an issues happening. With disruption, of course, it comes a big problem. Positive, it's there, like the positive outcome of the technology, of course, is there, and we see with the material science about what it can do for drugs and pharmaceutical, and what it can do also for the economies in general with automation, the automotive industry. So, but the problem here we see always, when you have a powerful technology, it comes with it risks, and the risks are there. My biggest risk is, for me, my biggest problem in this technology is that it gets in the hands of nefarious actors. And when we talk about nefarious actors, it's very, very important, of course, the export control and all these kind of flows, they can mitigate or try to mitigate the risks. But of course, it's something that we see that with the cybersecurity and the happening and others. And it's quite interesting. So the connecting quantum industry evolution with international foundations are very, very important. Now, when I talk about international foundations, it's not only about regulations, it's not about international laws. We've seen today a decline of trust in international law. Why? Because you have wars, you have war crimes, you have other issues that the international community is not able to do much. But still, we need to see if it's possible. Going back to the space industry since the 70s up to today, because of the competitive advantage that each country wants to achieve, and because of other considerations, geopolitics, until now, the international community is not able to reach out to a consensus to regulate the space, the outer space activities, let's say. But of course, on the national levels, most of the countries are mature. Especially most of the countries who are active in space are mature enough to regulate their activities, and it's one of the International Space Treaty thing. So again, what I'm doing is similarity in a way or another based on practice and based on the contractual practices that I do, which is when you see a gap, how you can fill the gap as practitioner or as a private actor is to embed the best practices and codes of conduct and the soft laws in the contracts that become binding among the parties. So this is very important. So going back to quantum disruption, and it generates a momentum in which technology, industry, and national priorities intersect. So when you have the three of them and you are a regulator, always you will go for the national priority and see what is best for you. So the call for ethical clarity is important in that case. Legal structure and global standards that support transparent, responsible, and coordinated development are key. So here, the question is, what disruption look like? So when we talk about quantum computing, we see the risk to encryption and secure comms. When we look at the quantum sensing, we see navigation, which is nice, but it can be used for to counter the capabilities of the other nations. And of course, surveillance is really, really important. To understand that quantum sensing is right, it's very good technology, but in the hands of the wrong actor, it can be a problem. And it's used so much in military. The quantum networking, so you have new models of data trust. So quantum progress across countries and industry introduces a pivotal moment, we said it, to connect emerging capability with international ethical principle, legal guidance, and technical standards that support the responsible application of these technologies. So the emerging requirements for clarity and coordination will call for accelerating landscape that introduces a moment to share principles and structured foundations. And Mira is working, her work is greatly assurance and interoperability
And responsible expansion benefits from frameworks that support coherence and transparent collaboration. Here, I'm not going to go through all that, but here I mapped a little bit the ethical principle, policy structure, and standards for a unified global base. And here are an exhaustive overview of key institutions supporting global quantum governance and standards development. Most of them are not binding. So when you see that are not binding, it calls for issues. So here, I want to stress something very, very important. When we go to the what's binding, myself, I go to what's applicable in the activity within the national laws that these activities may fall under. And if it's a cross-border activity, I need also to see what could have as implication on that triggers the conflict of law rules or among our jurisdictions on others and other considerations. And here it gets a little bit hard because some actors or startups, they think that they are doing the right thing and they want to transfer their technology. And probably that technology is fine and they don't see it as dual use per se, but it can trigger something somewhere in the world that it can be applicable on that technology exactly. I'll give you an example, for example, from my practice. Based in the UAE, I do advisory across Europe and of course from UAE and in UAE across, I get clients from different countries. So there's one approach me, they have components, actually they have hardware. And these hardwares is for photonics. And that hardware, it's not in the export control list. The problem, even if it was in the export control list and there's no obvious activity that can trigger any export control, actually the layering of the overlayering company was owned by Sudanese. This one's recent. And the thing is like, okay, there is a nationality factor. Due diligence is very, very important. So the question is, because of the some issues happening in Sudan, wherever. So, and the question is, are you aware about this and need to give a report in order to tell them the decision is his? But for me, I give my report in order to tell them who is involved. And even though directly it's not going to them, but there is a link, so you need to be careful, and I give my advisory based on that. It's very, very important because some startups, they don't see this link, so due diligence is really, really important. So when we talk about ethical, like ELSA, of quantum technologies, for me, I see the most important pillars are ethical vocabulary, which can be withdrawn from the World Commission on the Ethics of Scientific Knowledge and Technology of the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization. When I look at the policy orientation, I would go for the organization like OECD, and then technical assurance standards. You have so many. If you go back to the, if I go back to the previous one, sorry. If I go back to the previous one, you will see a lot of standard related ones. So, and I will not go through them all. So to say that the ethical supports responsible development and long-term public value. So the ethical dimension draws from the value of the World Commission on the Ethic and Scientific Knowledge and Technology of the UN. So I'm not going to repeat myself. So these dimensions prepare societies for coherent and trusted advancement in quantum technology. The question is, who would adopt this? And here comes the responsibility of the corporates, because at the end of the day, if you find there is a gap, when we talk about ethics, and you've seen Microsoft, and I've seen IBM also what they are doing when it comes to ethical use of technology.
I've seen Mira's presentation, but also work together
directly with some of the colleagues over there. They are doing quite well, so this is a thing. So when we go to the Middle East, and I will be brief, and North Africa priorities, I want to highlight something comparing to what Arsef said yesterday. The ecosystem is totally different. We cannot generalize. We cannot say, hello, you there? So we cannot say that it's depressing or there are some issues within that, because yes, when you look at it, how it's moving around based on what we, and I work in the ground over there, I cross these kind of countries, and I see how it moves since 2020 till today. What I would highlight, first of all, which is something very, very proud of, in North Africa, even though we do not have the capability in terms of means, in terms of assets, in terms of funds, there's one thing that very, very proud of, and my origin is Tunisian, and I have my colleagues from Libya, and of course Morocco. I have other colleagues over there. The biggest worth we have in North Africa is the people. The people who are knowledgeable, who learn, who have the will. It is difficult and they don't want to have it. So this is one of the things that I wanted to highlight. So the regional landscape, I say again, is very, very diverse, and it shows the diverse levels of capability and access. So the United Arab Emirates, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and the state of Qatar advance national strategies and infrastructure in different levels, while other states progress along different pathways shaped by local priorities, talent ecosystem, which is very important, and institutional readiness. So this creates a regional environment defined by ambition, validation, and evolving opportunity. So I'm bringing the hope, which is very, very important. As long as there is the will, we will make it. So this is one of the very important parts. Business intelligence also, we collect data, and I talk with people, I work with others, and we know so many things that it's our in different work that it's not public, so I cannot say it, but I tell you there's lots of happening when it comes and this one is public because we held a conference a month ago and invited one of the biggest players. It's a sovereign company in the UAE, it's Quantum Gate, and he said that they are working already on the discovery stage for the PQC, and there is around 80 entities are preparing for it, and they are mandated by the government. We are a proud partner of the cybersecurity and others who created, who supported our activities at Vernewell, and also who we are continuing to collaborate in order to move forward. So in the UAE, we have already an ecosystem that it is moving forward, but what? One of the big parts that should be looked at in the region, and take UAE as a model, is the environment, is the legal business, and all what is related to how to have a fertile ground to grow new technology, and especially the people readiness of thinking with the future foresight is very, very important. So we have already innovation, and it's embedded in the policies, it's embedded, it's like a matrix, it's embedded in the strategy. See that with the AI, I explained earlier in the previous the workshop that we had online. We have also the comprehensive legal and regulatory structures, which is very, very important. We have common law and civil law. We have a lot of free zones embedding a different kind of regulatory environment. So we have also stronger cybersecurity and research security foundations, clear product safety and conformity pathways, very important one, integrated alignment with global quantum standards, and TII. If you want to see really what is happening, look at Technology Innovation Institutes, what they are doing. and their job. It's unbelievable, the work, and they are putting the Middle East on the global map of quantum technologies. Also, we have coherent national approach that strengthens regional capability. So the UAE legal and governance environment, like I said, it's based on ethical and governance tools, research, security, and strategic goods governance. Again, cybersecurity and lawful use, and product safety and conformity. So if I wanted to highlight in a nutshell how the, from a legal perspective, how the technology is moving forward and governed by different set of rules, it is, you can see the cybersecurity law, you can see the goods subject to non-proliferation and its executive instruments, and you see other like consumer goods laws and others. They are a kind of applicable on this. So we cannot say we do not have a regulatory environment. It's there. So here, Vernewell Group's role, and this is the last, I think, Vernewell Group's role in the governance ecosystem. So if you see our work, I'm not going to highlight so much and talk a lot about what we do, but rather to see the results of what we have done. So in 2020, like I said, we started, and it was kind of, at that time it was depressing. It's like, I'm in the wrong place. Why I get into quantum? It's not my thing. But what I said, I see the gaps. I would like to contribute to fill these gaps. So, and the most important part is the trust of the different stakeholders. From universities, we had the first quantum lab for education. We supplied, we are the distributor of SpinQ, if you heard about it. And it's a small device which is portable quantum computing. 2 and 3 nuclear magnetic resonance is coming from China. At that time, no one had it, and so much skepticism about it. But at the end of the day, it's not just done or brought in order to break the RSA or to have advanced research. It was a tool for me, and sorry to say a tool, it's a lot of R&D and everything, but it's really, that was the case. It was a mean for me to showcase the different stakeholder that quantum is here, and if you see something looks as a microwave, it's Avigliano, and looks like that, it can be something that creates this awe to the general public in order to understand that this is the future. And actually, we placed it in different universities. I still receive inquiry today for that. And it's quite interesting because once it was difficult to get it out there, now people are reaching out in order to have it. And in that case, I tell them, if you really want to have research, you need to go to the proper ones and not to these ones. These are used for, education purposes. So we do a lot of work when it comes to norm translations. So we work with the policymakers and government. And this is a thing. That's His Excellency, the Cybersecurity Council head, is the head of the government of cybersecurity. And yeah, some pictures to have, and you can just go through the things. Thank you so much.
And thank you for our online audience. Let's meet back in 15 minutes.
Hi everyone again, it's Ada. I think we met with many of you, but for those who don't know me, my background is from sociology. I did my master's in the science and technological studies with ourselves advising my work, and with the help of Zeki, I entered into the quantum field. I worked with researchers from all around the world and about their quantum technology researcher working environments, how they're impacted from regional and international factors. So that's me. I'm very happy to be here, and I will be chair of this session. Without further ado, I will give the floor to Dongyoun. Please welcome her.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for the kind invitation to Turkey, especially I am not technically part of the ELSA community, but I always bring to the fact since it brings a lot of very refreshing perspective in terms of my research. So my name is Dongyoun. Please call me Dongyoun. I'm a senior fellow for Advanced Technologies, National Security and Defense. I'm sorry, it's quite a long title, but I just started my new job in Berlin. So I'm very happy to be here. But I'm also an assistant professor at the Department of Military Studies at Seoul University back in Seoul. And before joining academia, I have been serving for the Army for 20 years as an intel. So I'm very familiar with the aerospace and defense discussion. I have to continue conversation later on. So let me start. As I briefly mentioned, I'm not part of the ELSA, but I had a chance to work with JESTA and OQI when I was working with the United Nations Institute for Development Research. So I was responsible actually AI governance discussions at the GGE on laws with the autonomous weapon systems before, but definitely in security domain. Next AI, what will be the next emerging technologies after AI? Definitely quantum is one of them. Topic. So I prepared on flagship events and working with JESTA on the quantum technologies and their implications for international peace and security. So I had a chance to engage with the community and then publish the conference report on this topic. And after that, as an observer, this really emerging domain, I had a chance to publish some of the articles. And today's presentation is based on some of these research, and especially this new manuscript, which has been reprinted, I think, last week. And I just shared with Jeffrey for the community. If you have any comments and feedback, I would love to hear, since it has been under review at the EPJ journal. And I had a chance to work with some researchers on this domain. Two researchers, one from the Stanford Center for Responsible Quantum Technology at Stanford University, Dr. Ka, he was the founder for the center. And the other one is a material scientist, Dr. Loeb. He is a principal researcher from Korea Institute of Industrial Technology. So you could see the results of this research. And since this is not my main research topic, so it took some time to complete the manuscript in the end. But I think that in general, in overall 2.5 year research was here. So I just really want to briefly introduce this abstract since it is related to the topic Jackie just gave me. I'm going to talk about a little bit about role of governments. So the manuscript is talked about. We already know quantum technologies are moving from lab to real world deployment. But from our perspective, progress rests on narrow, fragile, fully exploited supply chain. So our team really focused on the supply chain, especially for quantum computing. And then we, in the end, try to provide policymakers and industry with an evidence-based tool that translates diagnostic directly into an operational possible. So I will just simply walk it through one by one. So maybe introduction. Why in the first place and became really much interested in the topic since I have been working in defense sector. And then my institute, International Institute for Strategic Studies, specifically conduct independent policy relevant research on conflicts. Then in the first place, why I became interested, because quantum technologies is increasingly entering the geopolitical period, and it is a global kind of competition topic increasingly. And I think quantum technology are treated as a strategic asset, yet the enabling infrastructure for quantum remains highly vulnerable, as I briefly mentioned, in terms of the supply chain. So, and you can see on the map, we already have stopped a lot of different maps, but it is specifically depicts how the material component equipment are dispersed across the globe. And then quantum systems rely these specialized materials and components whose supply chains are geographically concentrated. and operationally fragile or subject to stringent export controls we already heard from the previous presentation. So in overall, I am not going through these details of the critical materials in QT, but this just shows how complexities we are talking about now in this presentation. And then moving on, as I briefly mentioned, the dispersed supply chain across the globe. In the end, I think that this interdependencies creates a strategic kind of paradox. And quantum technologies represent the frontier of innovation these days, but they rest on some of the most brittle supply chains in modern industrial history. And then this fragility becomes more acute in an era of export controls on critical real materials, intensifying competition, and in a way, the weaponization of interdependence. So we put some of the examples already in the news or headlines. China's 2025 tightening of export licensing on some of the related materials, and the US outbound investment screening regime under the executive order, and then Europe's critical raw materials act. Japan already expanded foreign exchange with 43 times. So some of these already happening is an example in this release. And then critical materials have, I think, migrated from the periphery of industrial policy to the center of geopolitical strategy. So once treated as a commodity, CRMs are now treated as a leverage of national security, foreign policy, and techno-industrial advantage. So that's why I became very much interested in this topic. And then there are some elements driven by maybe rivalry, dual use sensitivities we already talked about, and onshoring and industrial policy ambitions, energy transition stress on battles, and ESG pressures and environmental scarcity incentives. And then this kind of whole trend, I would say the acceleration of CRM export controls has been characterized by several factors again. So faster cycle of control-based expansion, as we can see in China's case, broadening coverage of materials, and then so on. You can see on the presentation. And then I think as the hidden infrastructure of quantum technologies, I think we need to think about this quantum system rely on supply chain that are geographically concentrated, technically specialized, and non-substitutable, capital intensive and slow to scale. So these are some of the characteristics when it comes to supply chain in the quantum domain. And these are some of the examples, and I will just give you one of the case studies on home. Third, quantum input here. But anyhow, strategically, I think that this one is very more important in the security domain or defense domain, I would say, since their supply chains are prime candidates for, I think, already immersive leverage, target export controls, licensing slowdown, technology transfer screening, and de-risking mandate. So, in overall, as a background and a context from the maybe security or defense domain, we see this issue, and that we see the risk is not only scarcity, it is the geopolitical use of scarcity. So that's the kind of a context I'd like to convey. And this is one of the case studies we conducted with Loeb, and then Loeb kind of illustrates, shows how unremarkable the industrial metal can become a strategic choke point. So I'll just give you some context behind this whole case study. In terms of the production concentration, more than 90% is coming from 5 countries. And the refining dominant, the second category. In terms of the dominance, it has been concentrated on 1 country. And the regulatory trigger, briefly mentioned the China's case, 2025 export licensing measure, and quantum relevance. In our ministry, actually, I'm happy to share the link if anyone who are interested in this topic. But high purity mode is one of our cases that we focus. So while Mo was not used to, and is not classified as a rare earth, its function in quantum domain, especially quantum hardware, is increasingly non-substitutable. So I think this one of the case studies shows we need a kind of a new framework to assess the actual points or bottlenecks when it comes to quantum supply chain. So our team tried to provide a new governance tool, so-called a quantum criticality index, and then I just already provide this presentation maybe 2 times. Thanks to Jackie's invitation. So really briefly, this quantum criticality index was developed against the whole background I just briefly mentioned to help governments and alliances anticipate emerging risks in quantum supply chains, and it consists of 3 axes. So one is supply risks, the other is substitutability, and lastly, we just intentionally put the 3rd pillar, we call the strategic significance. And then these 3 axes are operationalized using 12 indicators spanning from here, production concentration to price volatility. And then based on this static analysis, we just try to add 1 layer further, so called the foresight layers, based on artificial intelligence and scenario stress tests. So overall, we managed to gather, let me see, to conduct this and then examine this new tool. We collected data for 2 example material groups. One is Mo, as I briefly mentioned, the high purity metal, and the other one is a representative set of rare earth elements. So across 216 countries back in 2023, and this builds 5,184 data points with careful cleaning and consistent check. So we managed to examine with this case study through this new framework we just tried to provide. And then this one is based on this research, and happy to share further later this presentation. What would be the role of the government in terms of this kind of domain? And I just wanted to provide maybe this 3-stage model could be one of the potential tool for government to think about. So based on this QCI research, maybe a responsible approach to quantum supply chain governance requires this at least 3 steps. One is diagnosis and decision and delivery. And diagnosis definitely share the situation of awareness, since, as I briefly mentioned during the case study, Mo was not used to rare earth metal. But in terms of the quantum hardware, in terms of the quantum development, it is increasingly really important. And then already we see some examples under the Chinese 2025 export control license list. So countries should, I think, have a shared situation of awareness. And I think it should include export control, the investment rules, sanctions, dual use classification, supply chain country, and governance profiling. So these are some of the elements we could think about. And then based on this shared the situation, there's awareness, maybe proportional, predictable intervention should be decided. And then also under this category, we could think about stockpile triggers, and like procurement tools, precision export control, target investment screening, and so on. And lastly, embedding ethics into operations is really important, and I think it is quite significant for this particular community. So ES building the procurement pool, CRM, extraction and processing, verifiable original credentials for high-risk materials and so on. So these are one of the, I think, potential governance tool for government when it comes to the quantum supply chain. So in conclusion, so current governmental responses when it comes to the quantum supply chain, including export controls, outbound investments, national resilience narratives, I think in general remains very fragmented and reactive. And then the most important thing was they lack a shared anticipatory framework calibrated to the unique vulnerabilities of quantum technologies and specifically quantum supply chain. So our team just tried to address this gap through our manuscript, and our research introduces a new tool, so-called Quantum Criticality Index, QCI, a triaxial data-driven governance tool specifically designed to identify, forecast, and manage supply chain choke points in quantum technologies. And then this is quite relevant to global audience. As we already heard from Carla's presentation, always critical of real materials comes from the global south, Asia, and other countries who were not very much active in this discussion when it comes to quantum. So I think it's really relevant for global audience. So it concludes our research. Happy to hear your feedback later. So it's 15 minutes. Concludes the responsible quantum governance requires a new type of strategic state and craft, which should be based on fact-based, and maybe database should be a part of that statecraft. And we just as a small team want to integrate critical materials security, expert control calibration, ESG obligations, and verify the supply chain provenance into a coherent architecture for global technological stability. So that's with that, I conclude my presentation. Happy to take the question.
So yeah, happy to be able to present here. Thanks for the presentation so far. It feels quite good into the talk I prepared. I want to talk about the role of governments in ELSA of quantum technologies from a European perspective more. So this is mainly what I want to talk about. So from the European perspective, how can we ensure that ELSA aspects are considered in governance structures? So like I really value all the input we had so far. So please note I put my European hat on and talk about current debates in there. And I want to be a bit critical about what we think might work or might not work, because like I feel we all have the right intentions, but I get the feeling that currently the debates are a bit different to what we might aim for. So I want to stress this a bit. And this is about like governance of quantum technologies, kind of beyond security and sovereignty and maybe safeguarding, which is, I would say, pretty like highlighted in the current European debate. When I go like to this slides, I mean, who doesn't know me? I just click through this. I'm Adrian, I'm a physicist by training. I did education research and technology assessment is what I do right now, together with Ziki. So we are direct colleagues. The two, I'm actually sitting in Berlin. So we am in Karlsruhe, but I actually sit in Berlin at our ITAS office there. We have a group like Ziki told already yesterday, so I feel I can skip this. We have a wide variety of things. We mainly do technology assessment, but this is connected to ELSA. And I want to start the talk with the ResQT perspective. And Ziki talked a bit about it, and we had in some other talks this ResQT community paper already. This is like the one which is on archive right now, which we handed in to something. You see a lot of names which are affiliated with this paper, and there are a lot of them in the room. So there's Fabian, there's Larissa, and there's Ziki, there's Shantanu. There, I hope I didn't miss someone in the room. But like there are different people from this community who are somehow involved in something what we call, current, and I can't read it over there, so I need to stand here, current and future directions for responsible quantum technologies, a ResQT community perspective, which is more or less something, when you look on the abstract, where we wanted to provide a comprehensive overview of the ResQT community's current work and state necessary future directions. I forgot Mira and Peter who are online, who are also part of this paper. And when you like highlight, okay, where do we go? The ResQT community advocates that responsible quantum technologies should be an integral part of quantum development rather than an afterthought. So quantum technologies evolve toward a future that is technologically advanced and beneficial for all. I feel everyone in the room would say, yep, let's do this, let's push for it. And this is how we need to go to the future. Before I try to assess it a bit critically, what it might mean currently, I give you like some summary because we divided it in 3 things. We talked about current directions, we talked about envisioned impact, and we talked about kind of what needs to be done now. There, we have this list of, okay, there's a tension between too early versus too late regulatory efforts right now. If we think about effective funding mechanisms, we need to reflect, or we do reflect, on whether regulating specific quantum technology developments will safeguard progress or actually giving the risk of constraining the long-term evolution of the field. We try to include further development of anticipatory governance mechanisms, and we research the influence of global governments, etc., etc. So I feel this is also resonating with many people here in the room, because many of who are in the room are also on the paper. What we envision from there is, like, I feel also common sense in this group. So we want to bridge the quantum divide. We want to have comprehensive risk assessment of what might go wrong. Think about dual use. We want to establish sustainability guidelines and strengthen the talent pipeline. Of course, there are more things, but I think we can summarize a lot under this. And that means for future priorities, we need to bridge the quantum divide. So power dynamics, companies and governments, all these kind of questions. We need resilient governance. There we get a bit to my talk. And we need to further develop funding strategies such as first of a kind, etc., etc. This is, I mean, I took this mostly from the governance section. So there's of course more in the paper, but that's where we think we need to go. So when I summarize this, we have the issue of a quantum divide, dual use capabilities, sustainability aspects, regulation, and maybe some more. And solutions are, okay, let's get better funding for ELSA aspects. Let's give access to all and collaborate with everyone. Let's have smart regulation. Let's put it anticipatory. Let's have sustainability guidelines and education. And one would say, fine. So we solved the problem. Let's get this in our governments, and let's like motivate them to include all these measures. But I questioned myself the last weeks, especially from European perspective, is this in line with current governance debates? And I don't know what you think. I looked at this. So the European Commission invites the contribution to shape a future EU Quantum Act. This is going to come, we think. This is going to be like kind of legally binding. So there's going to be something in there what the nations have actually in Europe then in the end to, yeah, I don't know what's the right terms legally, but ratify. So it becomes national law. And this EU Quantum Act, which might come 2026, maybe some say 2027, but not that late in the future, will be built on the EU quantum strategy. So let's look in the EU quantum strategy. And these are the 5 areas they highlight especially. So area 1, research and innovation. We all find this nice. So we consolidate excellence across Europe to lead quantum science and industrial transformation. Then we want infrastructure, so develop sustainable, scalable, coordinated infrastructure hubs to support production design and application development. We want to strengthen the EU ecosystem, secure supply chains, etc. Also some stuff we talked here about. Space and dual use potential of quantum technologies for security and defense should be looked on. So this part, and then quantum skills, which is about building a diverse, world-class workforce through coordinated, agile education training systems and programs, and promoting talent mobility across the EU. So when I read this, I say, yeah, good, I understand. Is there ELSA responsibility in this part? One could say maybe in the skills it's a bit, and okay, let's look a bit deeper. So I took this strategy and I did a very easy Control F search. Okay, are there ethical measures in there? So I found this as the only part where something which is connected to the word ethical is in there. So it will also support joint diplomatic initiatives and the development of common European positions on quantum technologies, ensuring that Europe's voice is amplified in shaping global governance and ethics in quantum innovation. So from a more sovereignty perspective, Europe wants to shape this. Okay, this is the only time ethics in there. So let's talk about legal. Legal, the word is not in there at all. Regulation is in there. So I just highlighted this. So the mandate of the European HPC joint undertaking will extend by an amendment to its founding regulation. So I feel this is not actually what we talk about, and there is regulation again in there. So regulation is not really highlighted. One could say, okay, it's the strategy, so let's not talk about regulation. And when we talk about social aspects, so I put just SOCEI in there. There's something about how magnetic resonance and other technologies might give breakthroughs to reshape key industries and societal infrastructure. Then from another part, the communication outreach by the virtual academy will aim to increase public awareness as well as improvise societal understanding, trusted, informed policy engagement. We could say, okay, a bit of social. And down there, we have the Commission will develop from 2026 European Advanced Digital Skills Competitions, which will involve young people in the co-creation of quantum-driven solutions to key societal and industry challenges. So at least we have like societal challenges in there. But actually, that's it in terms of what might be to ELSA. So I put this document to ChatGPT and asked, okay, what do you think? Is there something about ELSA? And I just also copy-pasted this here. And I'm not sure how I go through this easily, but I would say it says, okay, explicit ethical frameworks. While there are some strategic industrial security and infrastructure issues are like mentions, there's not something which is like really labeled as ELSA. Societal inclusion and justice is found limited in there, so there's not really much about it. Detailed legal regulatory mechanisms. The strategy talks about certification and standardizations, but not really much more, especially about legal and ethical instruments. Public engagement and stakeholder inclusion, what we also want. Yeah, it's more like high-level technical orientation. It's more about the technology we want to build, and not so much about how we want to involve like civil society or other stakeholders. And anticipatory ethics, which ChatGPT called, is less emphasis on foresight about possible unintended consequences of quantum tech. So I would say there's some mismatch between what is in this quantum strategy, which is not going to be the final document for the act, and what we in this room talk about and what we wish for. And I was last year at the European Quantum Technologies Conference, and I didn't hear much about ELSA. There was no panel about it. There was no workforce. So very, very long story. Last picture about the issue. This was 2 days ago. Germany's news. Merz urges innovation at Berlin Digital Summit. Macron was there. Wilcon was there. So the Commissioner for Tax Sovereignty in Europe. And this was pretty much what they talked about. All is about tax sovereignty and about security. So I get the feeling, and I think it's more than a feeling, that the debate on the higher level are in Europe about quantum are on sovereignty and security, and not so much about what is with the society. And so what do we do? And I want to analyze this a bit further, because this is a paper by Moritz Kopp I just found actually a few days ago, because we had him also in some other sessions. He proposed something towards the European Quantum Act. It's an 80 pages long document where a lot of good thoughts are in there, although I missed some citations of people in the group. But he proposed, on one hand, a CHIPS Act style industrial and security policy, which is, I would say, a bit in line with what the Quantum Act debate is right now. And on the other side, a new legislative framework style regulation, which is more about, okay, so we have on one hand DARPA style agency, etc. And we want on the international stage advocate for global non-proliferation frameworks for quantum and AI, something like an international quantum agency and qubits for peace initiative. So on one hand, he proposes to push like chip style act. So let's build the technology, and then on global level, let's collaborate and have quantum for peace. And I feel this is also not going to work, because I feel when you look on the current situation, I made it pretty easy. I would say, okay, on one hand, we have strategy and funding. Still keep in mind that's Europe, what I talk about. This is somehow shaping the quantum tech development and the markets. And this is somehow going to impact society. And of course, there's also the arrow back. Society is, of course, shaping development, all this kind of stuff. But that's kind of how I see it. And my feeling is that what we talked about also the last day or days, that we say, okay, on the strategy and funding side, we want more funding for ELSA. We want risk assessment of what might go wrong. We want standards and anticipatory governance to be early on in this. Then we want regulation for the things which go wrong. We want to provide access for them who don't have. And we might do something like grassroots up ROI or something like that. So in the companies, the people get aware why ethics is important. And on the societal level or geopolitical level, like we need to collaborate multilateral and have like quantum for peace, and this is gonna save it. And I feel this is not really on vogue in Europe right now, and especially on the higher level. What do I mean by it? I think this is like fueling back. So of course, geopolitics and society in a way like is fueling back to the strategy. So when I push this a bit like this, I put the society and geopolitics in the first again, and I would say it's not the whole society which is right now impacting the strategic discussion. It's more about certain actors are influencing this on the European level. And my feeling is that the Commission and others see quantum technologies as one of these like last chances to actually keep up with what is happening globally. So I don't know, we did lose the digital race. We like certain things didn't work in other technologies, so let's put all the effort in quantum technologies. And I can totally understand this narrative. We at the same time have this Europe is under attack. So I don't know, there's a war in Ukraine by Russia, so we need to be able to defend ourselves. And that is like connected to like this quantum race. So the other ones are doing it. We also need to do it. And we need to like, we need to be blunt now, and we need to like develop this, and we need to get all the regulation off, and we need to like build the technology no matter what. And we need to put private investment in and all this. And I'm actually not against investing in security. I'm not against building quantum technologies in Europe. And I would say I would like to have like these companies in Europe, but I would say it's not going to work in the end, because there are certain issues, not just with this group, but also with the European people and the people who would in the end build this technology. And I would say, besides the the problems along the way, if we just focus on this and like don't think really about ELSA anymore, I would say we need to do different things. And I would say we need to openly sell ELSA to governance actors. And what do I mean by selling? I would say we actually need to give the people on the higher level reason for implementing this things, beyond that we say, okay, we think it's morally important, it's ethical important, and it's like we need to, the Europeans need to sell to their European governments why this is important. And I would say we need to focus more on things like motivation of all actors. What do I mean by this? I mean, why do people want to build the technology in Europe or in other regions? What's the incentive beyond the American or the maybe Chinese narrative? And do something like, okay, we need something like a Europe's race or something, okay? Or call it non-American, non-Chinese race or something. So some different way forward in building the technology. And I feel this is important. And I want to give like one slide where I more like highlighted what I mean, where I come from. Okay, on one hand, ELSA aspects seem to be needed in this room. It resonates a lot. There are a lot of problems. But I feel in current high-level debates about quantum technologies in Europe, ELSA aspects are not that much considered anymore. Maybe they have never really been, but I don't know. In the quantum strategy and the quantum act, the fears of losing strategic positioning is like more dominant, and security aspects. And our solution focuses more on regulation, access, funding sites, anticipatory governments, all this. But I think we need at least partially, and I don't want to say the other attempts are wrong. I just mean, I think we partially need to rethink our approach a bit, how to include ELSA aspects in the debate. Because just pushing harder for it, I feel it's not going to work. It's just not going to solve the problem if we just say, yeah, you must do it, because see down the line, it gives us problem. I feel current governance is more about, okay, we need to build it what it costs. doesn't really matter. I think we definitely shouldn't hide what we do, so we shouldn't do it through the back door. I think we should be openly saying what we need to do. And no, I lost a bit the track. Yeah, we need to explain and promote it more. So what I mean by this is I would say Europe is not going to win the race of others. And this sounds a bit logical, but I would say what happens right now is we copy a bit what happens in the US and in China in the debates. And I feel Europe, as an example, could do it differently. And I would say the people are actually motivated by different things, especially the younger generation. I feel like pushing harder for work and financial incentives don't work with the people here. So I would say we need to change a bit the narrative, actually, what we talk about. So I would say we need to motivate the people differently via values they care about and what motivates them to work hard, which is for me very much connected to ELSA aspects, actually. And so shouldn't set the rules or win the races of others, but starts its own race, which I actually mean have a more social embedded quantum technology development. So something like including more an economic version of the quantum for good narrative could be kind of a selling point. So I mean really the connection between economic benefit and things like ELSA or quantum for good. So we push by economic means this further. I also wrote down some next actions. Yeah, I have time for this. So what I mean is, especially for the Europeans in the room, give feedback to the EU Quantum Act to reduce dependencies from non-European actors and ensure Europe's security in a way which is not the US, for example. Use more European values as an USP, which could be connected to ELSA. So an economic value for collaboration with other countries, for example, for strategic positioning, long-term success of quantum technologies might be there if we actually collaborate with the world and get other involved. And to further develop the narrative and embed it economically is much connected to this. I'm thinking about writing a position paper for the Quantum Act, and we definitely need to include influential stakeholders, especially from industry, to get them really on board that the current way forward is maybe not working when we just focus on sovereignty and security. And to make it a bit more global and to end not just on a European note, I would say we need to develop a clear argument explaining why global perspectives on quantum technologies, including ELSA aspects, are important for its success and the benefit for humanity, and why all global actors should care about it. And we really need to make this argument why it's very important for everyone. But I mean, this is, I feel, a summary a bit about our conference. So with this, I want to stop and thank you and be open for feedback actually about this talk. Thanks.
Thank you so much for being here. We can take as many questions as we want. We are very punctual at the moment. Please. I have, can anyone hear? Yeah.
Oh, no, I didn't think about this.
There is one aspect to be considered in which is the political reality in Europe. So I'm Belgian also, so it's interesting to see ELSA lobbied in the corridors in Brussels. So this is one of the ideas also to make it. And also we need to watch out because lobbying will have counterparts and counterparties who would not like this idea because they would think that it will reduce the course of innovation. So how do you think that this can be balanced in a way?
So,
You want to answer it? Or,
yeah, I would answer it, but I don't know if we to collect.
let's answer it first.
First, I would say, I mean, we all do lobbying in a way. So, I mean, we lobby for having ELSA aspects included in the strategy and companies and all this. So, if you use a wider term for lobbying, I think we also do it. Now I lost track. Oh God. I would say we need. So it's currently quantum technologies are quite developed. There's a lot of money in there, and there are a lot of actors want to build it now. They want to invest and they want to have this. And the debate in Europe is about, okay, regulation is not helping us. We're losing contact to the US or to China due to regulation. So I feel this regulation aspect is not really working anymore. So when we try to get ELSA aspects into all this via regulation, I just get the feeling, maybe I'm wrong, that it's not really functioning. So I would say we need other reasons why considering ethical, legal, and social aspects beyond, I don't know, sustainable aspects, etc., are important for the development of the technology and for the market in Europe as well. So I would rather like to think about incentives for companies, for the funding agencies to actually look in there. We really need to sell it, why it's important for their goals. Because like, I'm not going to change the goals of the commission. I would rather think about, okay, what might resonate with them. And I'm actually pretty sure that the current direction is not working for Europe, which sounds a bit odd, but yeah. Thank you. Should I just give it?
Yeah.
You go.
Thank you. Just in relation to that, I think there's a middle ground because I see that lobbying point as well, because in the end, no matter if we play top down or bottom up, there must be a flow. And if that flow is not happening, it doesn't matter. And at the moment, I would say we have a top down, which is not matching the bottom up. So there's like a mismatch. So it also is not harmonized. What I've found very interesting is like specifically on your last point, having a stand on what's going there. Because I think what's also missing, I think that with the community paper, there was a first step to have that community somewhere out there besides the feelings of the people involved for years, mainly centering around the ResQT conferences in Karlsruhe. And I think what is the interesting aspect here is, yes, it's not possible to change basically what commissions think, but at the moment, commissions don't think at all about the topic. And that's something I think where some lobbying is needed, because if I look at the commissions and just take the no-brainer example, like security and cybersecurity, that we don't think about societal aspects or ethical or legal while trying to secure the society. I mean, what are we trying to secure here? Whom do we try to protect? Is a little bit ridiculous for me personally, but it's what's happening. And in that sense, I think what you suggested was like having a stand, because that's anyway what we need to do to lobby something, because we need to know what to lobby in a way, is a very good first step. But I also agree that something like lobbying instead of like a soft approach to, if we have the better arguments, they will understand. Unfortunately, humans don't work like that. Just because you have the better argument doesn't mean that everybody understands. Would be great. So I see somehow a middle ground, and I see what you suggest there would be a good first step to build that bridge. Sorry, it's more a comment than a question, I figure. No.
Do you want to add something to it?
There's another question, maybe I can connect this.
Right. Let's
Or there are more questions.
Well, it was a call to action, so.
Oh, right, yeah.
It's nice to know. So, I also just have a very brief comment on just the word ethics. I know from very close sources that commission, specifically in security related things, is absolutely allergic to that word.
I get this feeling as well.
So I can guarantee that I mean, very close sources, it happens. And I mean, obviously there are ethical questions to be had when it comes to security. I mean, you arguably also have an ethical responsibility to, defend certain processes. And that does require military action at some points, I would argue. But even just the word, even having the conversation, opening the can of worms is already pushed back strongly. So I would say perhaps ELSA is not the best banner for this. So I mean, just in terms of language, not in terms of ideas, but in terms of language. And I do think that we have to do a little bit of cloak and dagger there, because if we just go in there and bang your chest and say, yes, we're going to be the most ethical people in this world, for whatever that means, and I think the initiative's just gonna run through the wall. And then, yeah, just in terms of, well, maybe I can come there and I'll get something.
I'm continuing with the
Yeah,
question.
sure. I have the last comment in the
Very quickly. I don't want to overwhelm you with many questions, but I'm just going to give you some sort of a statement type of a question. If, let's say for an example, okay, the US has a well-established ecosystem, well-established act by the government, community, you want to call it workforce development programs. China has, let's say, enormous number of people that can join the workforce. What do you think Europe has?
Sorry, what is this? Wait.
What do you think Europe has as strength points?
Can you keep that in mind?
Yeah, it's a different.
I don't know how he's gonna do that.
Mine is also more on the commentary side. I hear you, and it resonates with me a lot. To me, this is like a communication problem or PR problem. I mean, you have a good product you cannot sell because you cannot demonstrate the added value to the customer. And it may be great for the public good, but nobody gives a shit about the public stuff. Well, I did some work on open science, data sharing, that kind of stuff. Data sharing is great. Open science is great, but what is the added value to the individual scientist who's sharing his or her data? If you cannot demonstrate that, nobody cares about the brand benefits. And I think ELSA has that problem. So like Sean said, like in previous comments, it's a PR problem, and maybe the ELSA approach needs rebranding.
Thank you so much. Is there any other question?
Hi, I also hear you and I completely agree with your perspective and the problem. I was just asking because I don't know, do you have any like contact with the commission? So there is like a way to talk to them about this, and because yes, this was my first comment, because as you said, I think that Europe might be like following also the US strategy or regulation, and also China. Do they have ELSA somewhere in China, in the US, like some considerations? Because you need to push from somewhere, and since you think that you are following these people have some ELSA in these expertise.
Last one.
Not going to answer the perfectly to everyone, right? Yeah. That's the main one. Oh, yeah,
Yes, for now.
Okay, I'll just do the last question. This question about governance may as well touch upon the technical zone, but it's something that I'm very curious about. Even if there is an established legal framework, with the complexity and the inherent intraceability of quantum technologies, I wonder if it is theoretically possible to inspect the use of the technology.
I try to and keep it short. So first to Fabienne, who said like we need a middle ground, or I would say we need all these different efforts. So like I'm also not opposing against bottom up, getting the people in the companies aware of what ELSA aspects are and how this is connected to their work. I feel this is super important. I'm not against you in general. I just want to like all the different measures I put there, or the different methods. I think they're all valuable, and we need to like think about how they can be more effective. So I think this is very important. But I just feel the commission also, I get the argument comment, but I feel they just follow another line of argument right now. And they follow this, okay, in the European debates, we have a problem. So we don't own our infrastructure enough more. We don't own like the digital, we're not really digital sovereign. And this is bad for our people. So we need to build it ourselves. And therefore we need to build it now and quick and fast and whatever it costs. And regulations, they're important, but it didn't work in the digital realm. So we need to not really look on regulations anymore. We need to build it first, and then we can think about what it does. And I feel this is the narrative which is shared by like the top policymakers level. And that's my feeling why they go that way. And my counter argument, and this is like a bit connected to a lot of things you said, is it's not going to work because we are different than the US and China. We are not going to get all the people on board, which is the people who develop the technology, which are going to buy it, which are going to fund it. When we just do what the US does and throw money on it and push them to do it because they need to, because they don't have social security systems, because I don't know, in Europe, you don't need to work 60 hours if you don't want to. So why should you? And you need a reason for this. So you need to be more on the incentive side, why people really want to invest their time in building the technology, in, I don't know, doing something which they think is important. And this is connected to, I don't know, doing quantum for climate change or against climate change, doing quantum for society in a way. So build a product which is actually helping you. And I feel this is way more important to really highlight this kind of motivational structures within the society to get the technology developed. And by having this, actually getting, I would say, what are ELSA aspects, but we can call it different. I'm very happy to this, to get them involved in the development of the technology and then develop in a responsible way, because I feel that people are on board with our thoughts. But currently, the debate just shifted to a totally different direction. And I don't know, some will build whatever security things, and I think this is good. But when you talk to people in companies, they're all like, yeah, I should build weapons or countermeasures to weapons. So I feel not everyone likes the overall idea. So there needs to be also different things to work on. And that's maybe the comment to kind of all of you, what I have in mind, which is definitely not enough yet. I think there needs to be more thinking in there. So I don't know if I answered also Mira's question, but yeah.
Take that.
Okay.
Let me just.
Your question or discussion question. Yeah, it's. I would say it's a bit connected with what I said. I'm not sure if I fully understand the question yet. But I definitely say, okay, the word ethics doesn't really resonate with the commission right now, which I can understand. It's also not, I'm totally against the people. That's not my point. I just think the convincing needs to be beyond it's important because it's morally correct and it's bad for the planet otherwise. It needs to be connected to their current motivation structures. That's what.
Thank you so much, Adrian. Our third speaker is Sean.
Hi everyone, I'm Shantanu from QETCI. I'm a senior policy researcher. So this talk is more from a perspective around policy and operationalizing it. So I'll be diving into some ethical and legal and social aspects, and not majorly legal, I would say. And some of these challenges faced would be unique, some would be overlapping. But there's a way to learn from each other. So before starting the presentation, India is, I say, a small continent in itself, with twice the population of Europe and 1/3 the size. So it's inherently difficult to do bottom-up approaches, so mostly it's top-down approaches. Firstly, I'll go to DEI. So there has been a strong gender bias and traditional role segregation historically in India, which has led to a lot of underrepresentation in STEM. But it has been changing slowly. New schemes has come up. Women right now make 14% of the STEM workforce in India, and out of that 14%, 18.6% are only in R&D. But that has been changing for quantum, and it has been success of a lot of these initiatives that the government has taken up. So there's a straightforward evidence and also anecdotal evidence for these workshops and even publicization working. Coming to the outreach, education and understanding. So the way India has approached it is India has a growing digital population, and but the digital literacy isn't there yet, which has been a combination of socioeconomic inequalities, infrastructure problems, cultural problems, and institutional barriers. So when we are thinking about operationalizing quantum outreach, it's also necessary to think whether that outreach would be effective for someone who doesn't have digital literacy or not. Right now, only 36% of households in India are digitally literate, and that varies from urban, where it is 61%, to rural, which is 25% right now. So there's a need to understand how it can be done. So educational initiatives from the top down have been operationalized very well. One is the example of undergraduate minor degrees. So how the ecosystem is brought together in this kind of system is nationalized curriculum is made. And again, when you're operationalizing it, there's a need for having hardware labs. And these hardware labs come through engaging with the quantum startups. And these quantum startups then get business and then are, again, more prevalent in the ecosystem. Coming to the brain drain part, which has been a major issue historically, and again, due to lack of resources and poor lab infrastructure in the past, but it has been changing rapidly in the past 2-3 years. India's approach has been quite agile. As you can see, the National Quantum Mission has been like now 2 years old, and it has only funded around 200 million. And if you see the actual numbers being disbursed and utilized, it's less than $10 billion for the whole country. But I would like to highlight how this lean approach and targeted approach has actually gone into the ecosystem. Right now, India has 70 plus startups, 64 qubit quantum computer from a private company, 500 kilometer plus QKD already tested, 1 kilometer plus pre-space QKD already tested. So these technologies are working and developing with cheaper and leaner resources. So that's a strength India has utilized. It's again due to policy. So the brain drain, which is like talked about, is where would all the quantum talent in India would go. Coming to the standardization, testing, and benchmarking part, it has been talked about a lot. US has put out a recent report talking about how China is trying to influence standard development. There has been issues with the current standard bodies, pointed out by Malak, and also how China is utilizing some of initiatives like Belt and Road initiatives in the past to influence on the standards. So it's important to note how to counter that and how to operationalize and what to do. But it's also important to note China is doing it, and somewhere US is also kind of part of it. These are some of the projects within DARPA. That is DIU's PQS project. So DIU is again an innovation unit in DoD working to operationalize at IITR levels. So you can see the companies involved include kind of the whole spectrum of the leading companies in quantum sensors. And if you look at the QBI initiatives, the 14 leading companies in quantum computing. And again, these are from different countries, part of US defense program being funded by the US defense agencies. And you get a sense that there's a narrative about China also looking into standard benchmarking initiatives, but it's also US trying to have their own influence. And all this comes around is how there's also non-standard pathways coming up for standardization, such as the NMIQ, which was announced recently with the G7 and Australia. So it's also one thing important to note in all of these steps is a lot of countries also have dissimilar timelines, and again, that timeline has been squeezing a lot. The current state of the art says it would require 1 million noisy qubits and or around 1,000-ish, 600 to 1,000-ish logical qubits, which would be reached with the IBM roadmap, INQ roadmap, and the leading quantum computing roadmaps sooner than we had anticipated. And again, I would like to point out IBM has never not delivered their milestone. So it's again important to sensitize and understand where the technology is and also operationalize it within documents as well. Coming back to how countries are looking at standard testing and benchmarking. So these initiatives actually bring together the ecosystem. They help bring private-public partnerships. They help and these regulatory and policy sandbox, which Fabian had mentioned earlier. They help the ecosystem a lot and establish who they are. But the important part is whether they would even make sense in the longer term. There's already supply chain issues, which not just affect the companies, but the countries itself. For having standardization or testing or benchmarking lab, you would need the equipments, but the equipments themselves are taking 1 year, 2 years, or 3 years coming in. And by that time, a lot of the quantum benchmarking initiative and robust quantum sensing initiatives, those kind of initiatives will already be over, and there would already be hard data and a very strong data with stronger companies with the US, and whereas other countries would be just setting up their own standard testing and benchmarking labs. So there's an important question how the whole ecosystem should look at it as well. Then comes always the national security and homeland defense part. So looking from the Indian perspective, there has been a major issue about how quantum affects national security, and it has been a major issue because of few border issues in the past few months that has come up, and China and Pakistan especially, and again, the news about China selling its first quantum computer internationally to Pakistan was a big wake-up call to India as well. But it has to be important that quantum isn't the only technology justifying national security. There's a gamut of technologies there. Quantum is just one of them. Quantum, for example, the submarine part. Again, just want to highlight that quantum sensing would only make some part of the oceans transparent, and it's usually the choke points it would be used for. Again, for high resolution magnetic and gravimetric data set would be important, which some countries have already started looking at, but India has also started moving in that direction. Coming back to the CBRN part as well, how nuclear deterrence would be affected. Not a lot of studies have been there, but it has started to pop up with the UK. As you can see, Quantum Center already being announced, and NATO projects there. But it's important to note in the short to medium term, there's already acceleration of space and AI technology, looking at the waves and figuring out where the submarines are. So there's already discussion happening around how sensing technology would impact nuclear deterrence, and it's just quantum is a very small part of it. Coming to the supply chain and value chain part, I have touched it in the previous slides briefly, but the supply chain part has affected not just the ecosystem, but the development of the ecosystem. If you can't have components, you can't commercialize. If you can't commercialize, your ecosystem dies soon. With export controls as well, you can't sell whatever you have commercialized to other countries, which has been an issue. How India is tackling it is India has operationalized a lot of startups through fundings, through government fundings, across the whole supply chain. So, for example, taking quantum communication and satellites, there's one startup looking at payloads, one startup looking at optical links, one startup looking at ground station, establishing ground station, one startup looking at establishing the quantum network itself. So it has been indigenizing a lot of these technologies, and that indigenization has helped make it cheaper. The quality won't be the most perfect, but again, it begs the question, how long would the supply chain and export controls hold, and whether they are being detrimental to the countries that are imposing themselves, because they won't be in the longer term be able to commercially compete with cheaper technology that has been indigenized. And it's not the case just for India. China has done the same. We have seen news about photonic chip manufacturing there. Cryogenics have been mass produced, has started being mass produced. So a lot of these technologies, again, create some issues which have to be thought about more. So having this whole picture, I would these are some suggestions. So there's this military and civilian technology use and fusion that is being done by almost all countries. The lower TRL levels are being done by university, higher TRL levels with companies and the defense agencies funding them. But the point is, when does the defense agencies stop? Do they do the tech transfer in the higher tier levels and develop the military technology, or are they involved till the end? So one way India is approaching is they're stopping technology or like military involvement till TRL 7-ish, and after that they do technology transfer to civilian applications. So the ecosystem is being maintained. The military applications are being handled by the military, civilian applications are being handled by civilian agencies, but the research is then not stopping. But again, comes the question, if the military technologies are not regulated, it obviously bleeds into the civilian technologies, for example, surveillance, for example, AI. We have seen that like in the past 2 or 3 decades, that has happened a lot. So one way to approach this kind of discussion is either we build a system around military responsible innovation and look at the extreme cases and start from there and start from the most harming doses and then see how it trickles down. There are already being discussions which are there, for example, REAM, going some biology design tools, but these discussions are again being divorced from quantum, and quantum isn't participating in them. Currently in India, there's a lack of legal issues. More workshops are needed, and again, this is not just true for India, but a lot of countries which again whose ecosystem can't afford having these kind of discussions yet. So with export controls, I will come in later as well. Some recommendations also developing tools and strategy for automation. This is being done by US CISA already, which is not being copied at all. And sandbox tech transfer PPP. If you need an ecosystem which is divorced from military, you also need a commercial aspect of it. Looking at the regulatory aspect, looking at the social aspects in a very confined manner, removing some of the barriers, and then testing it. So these are some of the challenges and things India is currently looking Yeah. Another important point that is not being talked about a lot, not just the ethical requirements, but also the compliance requirement that are already being there on researchers, and especially the top researchers kind of limit the research as well. Because most of the times in small ecosystems, there isn't much formalization or separation where the lead PI is also involved in national quantum strategy, also involved in setting up the hubs, also involved in the research, also involved in multiple fronts where they have to represent the country themselves, which takes away from the research time. Again, one approach, minimize the paperwork. Other approach, which doesn't get talked about enough, it's the personal lack of personnel in quantum is not just research, but also people in policy and operation, which can help the research a lot. Coming to lack of regulations, it can create private sector encroachment, which has which has different stakeholders they have to answer to. One approach is using the existing structure we already have. We have AI trust and safety teams and trust and safety teams in general in companies that work with the compliance department, work with the safety department, and work with the government, obviously. So establishing those points of contact, and especially when the companies are, again, $1 billion plus evaluation, have $1 million plus profits coming along. These sort of stuff can be operationalized now. And as we have seen in AI especially, sometimes it can be too late, which can create more harm than good. And yeah, for India and for countries, when I'm thinking about how ethical, legal, social aspects should be operationalized, it's always showing up is the first step. And sometimes there aren't forums known which to go, where to approach, but just highlighting some of the stuff that was in the OECD document as well. There, and this is just the APAC region, and all of these forums are already looking at quantum in certain aspect. Already dialogues are happening. It's up to us to actually engage with them. And it's not just forums around security, it's also the economic corporations that can help in that dialogue. One example from India is how many participants from different countries are also being engaged. Yeah, and that's all. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. And thank you for coming back because, it's Friday afternoon. The weather is so nice. We have very exciting presentations waiting for us, but I also understand that the weather is really seducing us to go out, enjoy beautiful Istanbul. So you have big competition. Our first speaker is Bruna Mendonça. Did I say it correct? Right. I didn't butcher this time. During the break, I tried to pronounce it a couple of times and I really butchered it. So the floor is yours. I'm going to give every speaker 20 minutes because this is a full session with 4 presenters.
So for this session, I'm going to present about quantum hype and also quantum divide and the intersection of those things. So I'm going to kind of divide in first talking about like knowledge barriers, the hype, and well, if I say too much, I'll go too fast, but mostly about hype and science communication and the issues with like language barriers. Then I'm going to correlate with the quantum divide a little bit. And for the fourth part, I'm going to discuss if we're talking enough about quantum divide, that will relate a little bit with the result that I briefly mentioned yesterday. So just about me, maybe I don't need to introduce myself again, but like I have a PhD in theoretical physics. I work as a staff scientist in Canada, which is a technical work, but I also do training. And I'm from Brazil, and I've been doing science communication since 2019. not so much now for a couple of reasons. I guess it's interesting to highlight mostly the two last parts of the Brazilian science communication, because I think that holds a lot of what I'm gonna talk today. First of all, just to like a brief comment, can we separate the quantum physics type, the quantum mysticism type of aspects with the quantum tech aspects? Because I feel like sometimes those things, when we talk quantum hype, people think about the inflated expectations of what a quantum computer can do. And I'm trying to bring a more larger aspect, which is the pseudoscientific quantum physics thing, which is kind of older than that, but sometimes not really well discussed within our community, right? So this is a video from Instagram saying that we live in a simulation created by a quantum computer. It has 50K likes. She starts talking about a quantum computer like for the first 2 seconds, and she barely says anything, and then she compares like the structure of the neurons with the structure of the galaxies, and then she concludes that we live in a quantum simulation, right? So that's the kind of thing that this is not new, especially people doing science communication. I think you're very familiar with people just using quantum physics jargon to say anything. But now they're using quantum computing jargon. I heard people using decoherence and like very like more technical words from quantum computing and quantum tech, which I think is interesting. So they for sure like making use of it. And I'm gonna talk more about like proper impacts, but I just think it's interesting to mention that these things are definitely conflating at the moment. So I don't think it can be really divorced. One thing speaks the other, right? The first aspect that I want to mention is the aspect of having content that is accessible in English. There's a lot of science communication in English, simulations or videos, and people sometimes think that's enough of content, right? And I don't feel like it is enough, because I think there's a very big bias of the people that are claiming that this is okay or enough, because the English proficiency, even though it's supposed to be a universal language, it's not like that, right? And I think the color is even a little misleading, because light blue is moderate. Light blue feels like it's like high proficiency, but it's kind of just moderate. So it's not like that. There's a lot of countries that don't have a very good proficiency. So we end up relying on translated content. And what gets translated, right? So this Aliens with Quantum Computers is a nod to a certain science communicator that I'm not gonna say who, but maybe you guys know. If you don't know, ask me later. But he's very famous, and he went to a podcast and he started saying that aliens should have quantum computers. And that's the kind of thing that gets translated and gets to the social media in Brazil, for instance, which is like the very flashy, and with someone really famous that simply didn't get Carla. They just say whatever they wanted, but because they're famous, they have books, people think that's enough to translate, right? So I feel like there is a pipeline. So if people are okay with hype because of mysticism, or hype's not very dangerous in English, pay attention, because that's the kind of thing that gets translated. It's not everything. It's not the good high-end content. It's the inflated content, the content that people are just letting slide, you know? So this is an example of what happens if you search is quantum and let Google autocomplete. So in English, you see results like is quantum physics real, proven, deterministic. And in Portuguese, 7 out of 10 results here are about spirituality. So spirituality, law of attraction, God, faith, Bible. So you can kind of tell, like, it's not the same. We're not playing the same game in terms of what we have of content available, right? So that's the kind of outcome that you have in social media. This is Googling quantum physics in different social medias. the left side is TikTok, the right side is Instagram. Maybe you notice that the right side is not even Portuguese, even though I search in Portuguese, appears something in Spanish. And it's claiming that the Dirac equation, which is a physics equation, is the equation of love. That people get attracted and they get want to entangle forever or something like this. This is love. This other side, I think this other side, I think just the first one is about quantum physics properly. The other ones are about love, attraction, aliens, chakras, gender, you know? And yeah, that's the kind of thing that you have in social media. It's getting better. I'm gonna get there. But that's the situation for science communication. For translation, makes things much harder because of the bullshit asymmetry law. So it's very hard to disprove something that people are already like saying wrong. It's very hard to take it back and make it right again, right? So, and there's the point, okay, but this is silly. This is not hurting anyone. There's no problem about it. This is me close to a sign back in Brazil with a quantum table, biomagnetism, quantum cure, and there's a bunch of things, feng shui, everything kind of together, couple at the same time, like couple as the same thing. And this is very dangerous, I think, because people are paying money for this kind of treatment, right? We had a conversation, and you mentioned about the case in Turkey that a girl died actually following like this quantum healing type thing. So it's definitely hurting someone. It might not be clear, especially like in the global north, if that doesn't show up as much. Maybe it doesn't sound like a problem, but it is. Like people are actually being hurt by this kind of things. Here's where maybe it gets a bit better. I think Zeki is very done seeing this, but it's a little bit up to date. Here's a comparison using Google Trends. So if you don't know Google Trends, you can kind of see the popularity of different terms. And here, like when you use the topic instead of a search term, it searches in different languages. So like the same term translated to any language. So here is the United States data for the past 5 years about quantum healing and quantum computing. So just a way to test kind of the difference in popularity of those things. And you can see a gap opening very clearly. People are more interested in quantum computing rather than quantum healing, for instance. There's a peak where there was some particular important results. This is the situation for Brazil. As you can see, it was not exactly like this. And I'll be right back, but this is the situation a little bit before, if you go until 2023. There's really a competition between the interest between quantum healing and quantum computing, to the point that at some specific points of time, quantum healing was winning, right? So just to go back to this slide, what happened over there, right? There's a peak and there's definitely an improvement at some point, and then we start seeing the gap opening. What happened was investment, to be honest. Like there was a major investment in Brazil for quantum technologies, and that kind of helped much more than I could help with my individual efforts in science communication. They just get more content, you start getting news, and then people, like the companies itself, then they start producing more content. So it's good in a sense. That means that there is a solution to this. It's bad that it relies on having money thrown at it. But I think it only goes to show that there's definitely an economical and a gap quantum divide aspect to it, because it clearly has an influence, right? Okay. But here, just to bring it back to the global north, in case you're not carrying like in general, there's a very clear link about, relying on pseudoscience and going to a conspiracy theory route, right? And then getting to more extremes of poetry side. So here's, for instance, is a quote from this guy, as you like probably recognize. So he's claiming that what they did on January 6th is a revolution of conscience. So on support, they're affecting the quantum realm. So yeah, congrats. Now you guys have this on the global north too. Yeah, co-spirituality is also the name of a podcast that talks a lot about this relationship of conspiracy theory and spirituality. So I think it's very important to pay attention and be very mindful of the kind of things that we're feeding just by not paying attention of the language that we're throwing out when we're talking about quantum, right? So yeah, these are the conclusions that I have so far, more on the knowledge side. So science communication can be overlooked quite often for not always valid reasons. It's very much worsened because of translation, because of lack of content, or improved, right? And the impacts go beyond quantum industry. Hopefully, this is something that I believe should be encompassed in the quantum ethics, right? Think about how it feeds to pseudoscience and even like radicalization. I feel like this is not talked enough, that's why I'll bring it up. But also I want to correlate with the quantum divide. We're tired of seeing this image, and it's not up to date because now it's 55 billion. But yeah, the point is that some countries have zero investment, others have 15 billion, right? One particular issue is the harvest now, decrypt later. That people generally claim that we have plenty of time and things are done. Now we have like all the NIST cryptography, new cryptography schemes, we just migrate, right? But I don't think it's that easy because, for instance, this is the this report from the United States. They want to migrate in 10 years. So if they are migrating in 10 years, everybody needs to catch up. Everybody ideally needs to try to be in the kind of the same timeline, right? Is it going to be possible for all countries, or are we going to leave people vulnerable, right? You need to be mindful that there are very different, clearly big difference in access. This document, yeah, the reference is over there. It's called Quantum Computing and the G77. I think it's very interesting. They analyze like national strategies and documents from the G77 countries. And they do the separation that I think is very, very clear on the levels of sovereignty of those countries. So they separate in 3 groups. The first group, they do have national quantum strategies or a document that is equivalent. They have talented people that can work with that. They have government incentives. They have policies in place. So that would be China, India, and Singapore, very much. The second group, they have good relationships, diplomatic relationships, good enough that they could work with partnering countries. They have some domestic technical capability, but maybe not enough. They have some interest in the government, but maybe not enough. And then group 3, which is most of them, they basically just rely on cloud access. They rely on cloud access. They have people, but probably not enough. They may have very low interests from the government. And you can see that's basically every other country. And just if it's not clear for everybody, but like cloud access is very tricky because it's a matter of changing the terms of service and you're out of it, right? And this already happens. There are countries that cannot access quantum computing capabilities. And of course, there's a whole geopolitics thing. For instance, the IBM cloud restrict a bunch of countries, including countries that maybe are just close to a war zone or whatever. But for instance, D-Wave, Brazil cannot access D-Wave. Why? We don't have bad relationships with Canada, right? So I don't know what's going on. But yeah, it's very tricky to rely on cloud access. There was a graph. I don't know. I don't remember this presentation. but it was about the perception, how prepared they are, different countries, how prepared they are, or how well or how nice are their capabilities for quantum. And there were countries in the global south that say, yeah, we have everything, but not really, right? Especially if you only have cloud access. And let's remember that having a quantum computer is not the solution for quantum computing threats. It doesn't do anything, actually. So the only way to protect from threats is to go for post-quantum cryptography, right? Quantum resistance cryptography, in a sense. Quantum computers, I think I mentioned the other presentation, it's more like a Cold War type situation, because I have a quantum computer, you have a quantum computer, so we don't attack each other. And then, of course, that doesn't really make sense if everybody is at a different base, right? People are very far behind in this race. So post-quantum should be the ideal goal, right? But it's very hard. I thought I had a slide for that, but like the issue with post-quantum is that it's very hard to sell for people to care about, because generally you go to a company and you need to propose something that is going to give some revenue eventually, maybe 5 years. Well, post-quantum is going to be just costs, and you're not going to see any benefits, any financial benefit. The benefit comes from not losing money if you get an attack, right? This is tricky, like in cybersecurity in general. How do you sell something that is only costs and no revenue, right? And the other aspect is that post-quantum, it doesn't have the same appeal as quantum computing, right? Quantum computing is nice, and people are talking about post-quantum it's a cybersecurity thing. So it's very hard to bring attention to that, even though it's probably the most crucial thing, especially for countries that don't have the investment. So mixing those two, the knowledge gap makes it difficult to attract talent, because we need people qualified, especially for not only quantum computing, but then again, post-quantum cryptography requires people that knows cryptography. And that's not exactly easy, right? It makes it difficult to discuss ethics, governance, and policies and that, because how many anticipation can you do if you don't have anything, or if you have barely something, right? And just prepare for security problems. Then again, you don't have enough talent, you don't have enough discussion. What are you gonna do with that? And just to connect to a more recent work, are we talking enough about the quantum divide? So here are the 10 principles for quantum innovation, the one I mentioned yesterday. These are just from this paper. They're just laying some foundations, what I think will be interesting principles to follow for responsible quantum innovation. So there's caring about dual use, quantum gap, inclusion, societal relevance, several issues. And what we did in this work is that we compared a few different national quantum strategies. The focus, because this is going to be published in Physics in Canada, was to compare Canada with other countries. So we compare with countries that are kind of similar to Canada under a few criteria, right? And there's a lot to discuss about this table. There are some patterns that you can recognize, but the most important thing I would like to, you cannot see, but number 4 is quantum gap. And quantum gap is the one that is consistently overlooked. And as I mentioned, like the fact that it's a national strategy is, I'm almost done. The fact that it's a national strategy makes sense that they are not discussing different countries. But also I think it's a sign, and the fact that they do discuss international aspects in other ways, right? So, yeah, okay, maybe I can go, yeah. So the general conclusion is that the quantum divide is definitely correlated to this poor science communication and just the lack of awareness in general, because it's hard. How do you communicate to policymakers about quantum if they think there's a mystical thing? They think this is pseudoscientific. Like there's a levels of communication that makes it hard. Of course, it's not simply like that, but it's very hard to put things in place when it's so far behind, right? The solution should include global north and south, and then go back again to the idea of having a permanent forum, having people of both north and south being able to communicate. This is from the 10 principles of quantum innovation. So that's the proposal. This is something that we discuss a lot in the global north conversations that we had. So just would like to bring this idea back. And yeah, and also I think what we can do, because we sometimes think of collective things, but I think it's also nice to remember that we have some agency. And I think one important thing to do is not to excuse poor communication, to say that hype is good because it's going to bring money or whatever. There are many arguments for that it's not the case, but also because of this trickle down that this is going to be translated, it's going to get worse and worse and worse. And the fact that if quantum divide is not being discussed, we should bring these things to the table, right? We can and we should. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. So if you have any burning questions, only burning questions at the moment, because we're a little bit over time, we will get back to other questions at the end. But if you have a burning question right now, we can take it.
Make quantum healing.
So the question was how to make quantum healing, and that's a burning question. And the answer was no for our online discussion. The answer is no. Okay, thank you very much. We'll come back to you at the end. Now we have Carla. Hermann Avigliano. We're going to give you 18 minutes. I will give you 2 minutes at the end of the 18 minutes. I think the signal that you have. Okay. So, floor is yours.
Thank you for this panel, which I think is very important for the global discussion that we're having. So today I will try to talk to you about the role of science communication in social media regarding to the ELSA that we have been discussing and what we can expect and we cannot expect about this effort. So I will try to cover a little bit of who I am, what I'm doing on that sense, also to give you some examples of how misleading and some hype and sensationalism can really be something bad when we're trying to communicate things. And I will talk a bit about the good practices and ethics and how to avoid the sensationalism and hype, and a bit of some reflections at the end. So who am I? I'm Carla Hermann. I already told you I have my own research group in Chile. So I'm a professor at the university. I do quantum optics experimentally and also theoretical. I am also a science communicator. So I have been doing this since the last 7 years, I think. I have an Instagram account where I do a lot of I show how the labs works, and I fight a lot against people over the quantum healing and quantum nutrition and quantum card and quantum whatever. So I really fight against that. But I think that when you are communicating ideas, you also have to build your own identity. And on that sense, I think it's important when communicating to also mention that I am a mother, I try to fight on advocacy for gender gap. I am a Christian too. This is something very important that I will try to recover this point at the end. And I am an otaku fan, so I like Attack on Titans and Evangelion and things like that. So this build up some kind of identity of what I'm trying to communicate. And it's important because when you are communicating in science, you want to reach also these people that are not normally reached by the normal models that are doing science communication. So I think that this is an important point. When I say that I try to advocate about a gender gap, for example, this year, I did a huge advocacy to the International Year of Quantum, and I tried to point out that they did not have care family grants. So within 2 months, Claudia that was there giving a talk, she managed to took all my input, and in 2 months, this was open for all the community, both women and men, because gender, when it comes to care of your family, it should not just be related to us. So it was a really good initiative. You can find it there. You can find it also here. It's an IPS news. You can find there the whole history.
So I'm very proud regarding my formation. Well, I already talked to this about yesterday, but I did my PhD in Paris and I went to the US and I came back. I am a professor. This is my job. Okay. And I study light. This is what I do like in daily basis. I study light. I do quantum optics. So I study the interaction of light with matter. And in my lab, we are like building, not building, but like working in quantum state engineering. This is the main topic of my life. And I do that between babies and bottles and diapers and science communications, because I do like to do a lot of things, not just research, because I think that research is important, but I think that communicating science is also very important. So I try to really divide my time and to make it an effort. And I usually say this sentence that unshared science builds not bridge, inspire not mind, and drives not change. And I think that this is a very important point. Communicating science is good for the society. It's somehow like a paying back to the society. I don't know how things works here in Turkey and the US, but I guess a lot of the percentage of the money that we use for like having a lab or doing research comes from the taxes. So for me, communicating what you are doing with this money is like the minimum that you could do with your society, okay? So this is my Instagram account. This is the kind of video that we do. So we show like the lab and stuff like that. And we also fight against this hype regarding the quantum. I also have a podcast, which is already finished. We have like 2 seasons and that's it because I don't have more time. But you can find it, but this is in Spanish. This is a very good point that Bruna just showed up, that most of the science communication is made in English. So we have problems with the translation, with everything. So I'm trying to make an effort into like since with my position of academics, I am trying to make science communication in Spanish directly because we have a huge community in the world that speaks Spanish. Okay, so my science communication in English is done in broken English, but in Spanish I can reach a lot of people and I can convince the science good. Okay, so we also have some like art expositions where we have in Chile we have like tried to make a project which was with immersive art. So it was called the Quantum Box. But I don't have much time to explain you this because I want to go to somewhere else. But it was a very beautiful project with some artists in Chile. And in general, I try to have in all my presentations, even especially the ones that I give to like general audience, this kind of images. Okay, so this is like the wave particle duality, which is also here in the jacket that some of you have noticed. This is like the entanglement. So you have here the H bar, like driving the entanglement, and you have also this Schrödinger cat that is moving around. So quantum mechanics can be very counterintuitive, and it's awesome. And it's used in daily basis. Like you might have, I mean, it is awesome, and it's hard to understand why nature decides to behave in this way. But at the end of the day, we are driving technological tools from the transistors to now. And they are based in quantum mechanics, okay? So it might be counterintuitive, but at the end, we use it every day, okay? And this is the Schrödinger cat, which is also here in the jacket. Just very nice. And I also try to pay for this. So in Chile, you have people that they go to your talk and they like record the talk, but in a drawing. So this is very neat then for the people. They can like remember what you have just talked. So for example, in this talk, I was trying to make the point to the people that it's very good and important to think and to have a critical thinking in whatever area you are working. And then I talk a bit about the evolution of the thinking, quantum mechanics, and now how the technological thing is like all around the world. Okay, I can send you this later too. So what we can and we cannot expect from science communication and teachings on social media, I think that it has a lot of potential. Like you can ground some complex concepts that comes from really like hard science in the sense that when you are doing some papers in quantum mechanics, of course, it has taken you at least 1 or 2 PhD students, a lot of years of research, and you sometimes in social media, you are trying to summarize this in 90 seconds. So it's really hard to do this like grounded, these complex concepts. You want to engage with the public and motivate new vocations. This is also that you want to do. You want to give back to society, or at least I want to give back to society. You want to reduce some gaps that are there. You want to have rapid reactions of some topics, especially when you are fighting misinformation. Well, I'm fighting misinformation. Okay, so this is also very beautiful. I will, like, during the presentation, you will see a lot of like images that are not related exactly to what I'm talking, but it do relates to the science communication thing. So for example, here you can see light is a wave and light is a particle. So depending on the view, you will see the what is
I'm planning for 2 minutes and I'm trying to figure out where is the catch, and then I figure.
Yeah, particle and wave. Okay. And I think also that when you are doing science communication, at least in social media, well-designed reel is not the word that is real can open a door that a scientific paper cannot. And this is important also to try to reach for the community. In social media, I have different kind of products that are offered to the community. And the community, some of them are like columns of opinion. For example, this one was about the movement in physics. What does it mean, the movement and the time in that? So it's more like like more in the how do you think about the movement and the evolution of this. So this one has not so many likes, but it has a lot of engagement with the people. So I was trying to answer different questions that were like arising from the bottom of the heart and the mind of people. So at the end, it was, I think that a quality of interaction goes above quantity of the products that you are putting in social media. And of course, it also has problems and limitations. So not everything that shines is gold. So social is not a foster critical thinking. And I think this is a problem. People think that they have studied a topic because they have watched a reel, a 90-second reel, and then they feel that they are an expert in quantum mechanics. And of course, quantum healing is true because they have seen a reel. And some of these reels are made by like very high influence people. So they have like thousands of followers. And they even cite some Nobel Prize to like justify what they are trying to say. So at the end of the day, it's really hard, the discussion. But in general, I would say that in the social media outreach is not like enforcing the critical think, which is very important. Fast consumption is not the same as learning. So people think that they are learning, but they are not learning. They are just consuming something. Debugging exactly requires that the misinformation was there. So I will give you some examples of this, that when you have someone or something that is really giving misinformation, it's really hard to try to convince people that this was not true, okay? So I think that we have never had much information in so little time to process, and this is a problem because we are in a society where we want everything to be very, very fast. We want to learn fast, and we don't want to make the effort to be learning well. And this is a problem again. And you see there is many ways of communicating this picture, okay? So the quantum, the pseudoscience in quantum, you can have quantum healing, quantum cars. In Chile, you can have quantum cars that is selling in the supermarket. So they claim that it's quantum and it's good for your health because it's made by atoms. It's really like this, and you can find it in official stores. So it's really a problem. Last week I found that it was a line of quantum nutrition also, and stuff like that. So it's like every day you find a new account selling whatever to make like a profit on people's vulnerability, because at the end of the day you are playing with people's emotions on that. Okay, so and then when this doesn't work, of course it's your fault. Because you are not vibrated high and stuff like that. Okay, so they want something simple, magic and facts, and this is very expensive. Okay, so it captives you because it promises results that are without effort. So you buy this quantum car, and then of course you will be healed very fast, which is not true. And the algorithm loves that. So you are not just fighting against misinformation, you're also fighting against the algorithm. And of course, scientific method does not like all of this. And in Chile, for example, like 2 years ago, we have a problem even with the Ministry of Health, that they were like, in a public hospital, they have quantum therapy. And of course, it was a huge problem in the country. And at the end, they have to remove it because it's not science. And they claim to be science, it's not science. in the Instagram, you will see that one, for instance, that has reached 17,000 likes. And this, I am not teaching here quantum mechanics, but I am trying to tell people that quantum mechanics is not a personal opinion. It's not a belief. You cannot just say that because quantum is weird and you see this like a wave duality behavior, then you can collapse the wave function of the universe to give you the rent that you want. This is not true. So in this read, I was trying to point that out, like it is important to think in that science is not your personal opinion. Okay, and this is like the main issue that you have to prove science with the scientific methods. You also have this problem that Trump and paracetamol, that this was very near in time, and you have, well, this person, which has, of course, a lot of, like, he's a president of one of the most powerful countries in the world. Of course, that when he says something, people believe that, and then you have to spend a lot of time fighting back what he has said. So I have been pregnant 3 times, and believe me, the paracetamol is the only thing that I could take when I have some pain in my headache or stomach or whatever. So it's really hard when you see someone say, no, don't take that. It's bad for your baby. Of course, you're afraid. If you're a woman, you're pregnant, of course, you don't want to make something bad to your own child. So it is a huge problem when this happens. But we are in the quantum. So this is the main topic of these gatherings about ELSA in quantum. So in quantum, also these things happen. So for example, this is like a title of a news, which is of course not true, but it catches the attention of the people, and people think that physicists are doing something that we are not doing. For example, this one. So scientists wants to teleport a whole human. So they are missing everything because teleportation is not about matter, but they put the whole human just beside. So people, normal people that do not have like the formation of a physicist, what they get is that people are like teleportating matter from one side to the other side, and it's not true. You see? So this is misleading, and this is wrong. In Chile, I have had a lot of problems with journalists because when I want to try to make like a news about my own papers, they really put it. Like, no, because if you don't put like a sensationalist and a hype title, then people will not read it. And for me, my answer is, it's like, I don't want to lie to people. I want to educate people. And my paper is good enough. It's already published. It's a good thing. So why do you want to invent something that I did not do in order to sell this to people that want to be educated? So at the end of the day, it's a mess, okay? This paper, for example, also this title, I remember exactly this paper, it was a Nature paper. It was Light Has Become Solid, a scientific breakthrough in quantum physics, and this is not true. So this paper was really funny. I was in my way to Japan when this news was in the news. And I know I know the guy who has run the whole experiment. So I talked to him directly. I did a reel, and I explained to people that this is not true. We don't have a piece of ice light becoming like ice, like a piece of really solid thing. Okay, so I have to explain what is a super solid and everything. You have also this thing. This appears every 2 months in somewhere. Like quantum people have reversed time, and you know that it's not true. It's just an evolution backward, which is like coming from here and coming back, and I did not reverse time, okay? But people do not get that. Normal people, they will just get like, oh, physics has, and some people, they are trying to use this kind of news, which is very misleading, to say that deja vus now are explained by quantum physics. And then you have a whole mess of what is being communicated. And of course, then you have other, I think, that more ethic newspaper, for example, this one, where they try exactly to say China has not broken military inscription with quantum. So they try to fix what their colleagues are not fixing. And you have also this kind of, no, China did not crack ELSA with quantum yet. Okay, so they add the word yet because you never know. But still, so they fight against this. This is a really terrible example. This is a guy, I know that I have 2 minutes and a half. This is a guy, he's called Nestor Raidon. He claims to be a global authority in investigation in neuroscience and neuroquantica applied. And so he was trying to explain the Nobel Prize, what happened, blah, blah, blah. And then they said, and then he said that since this Nobel Prize was about seeing some macroscopic device, then of course this means that this is demonstrating that scientific has demonstrated that reality is not just solid as we believe, and he's like claiming what this has to do with you because you can create your own reality. And then he ended up saying this is not magic, it's science. So it's really hard, and he claims to be an authority, and he has 60,000 followers in that thing, and 4,000 people that have liked it and 100 interactions. So there is a quantum fraud all around, and it's important for us to communicate science from our perspective because we are the ones doing the actual science. So I think that for us, it's mandatory to try to let people know really what is quantum in real, and try to be aware that this is happening, and try to teach people that this is not true and this is like a fraud, and they will take your money and your mental health and everything, and without any results. So authority is not the same as evidence. So the opinion, okay, this is a bit missed here, it's not a problem. So authority is not the same as evidence. So the opinion of a scientist is not science. The opinion of a president is not science. The opinion of a spiritual leader is not science. And you have to account that when you are communicating. So for communicating better, I think that you have some tactics and good practice that you can apply. So it's good to be clear and have rigor in whatever you are trying to communicate. You have to have like a relative narrative. So I think it's good for people. So this brings me back to the first point that I was trying to put it out. Like, it's important for you to show to your audience like the real you. So if you have a religion, or if you are a mom or a dad, or if you do triathlon or whatever, it's good that people know that you are a normal human being that knows about science, because then you can reach this audience that are normally not reached by scientific people. Okay. And you can be and you can try to model critical thinking. This is very important too. So it's not what I say, it's how I think out loudly, because I want to teach people to have their own voice and to think, to have the critical thinking. And the only way of doing that is to teach them how to think. Okay. So I am almost finished. So in my opinion, what works is to know your audience. It's not the same to do outreach in TikTok and LinkedIn and Instagram. Storytelling is very important. It's very you can connect more emotionally with your audience. Authenticity and trust. Try to understand the algorithm, but this is impossible. Real impact, dialogue, and connection. And you have to have this ethic above all. Okay. To be precise on what you are trying to communicate. I have a lot of things, but of course I did not have more time. But at the end of the day, this is important. So emotions attract people, but precision sustains the interaction. So it's very important to do that. Okay. So I think that social media are part of the fight, but they are not the critical thinking. So this will be done together with school teachers and teachers at the university and politicians and everything to really win that battle and to enforce people to think by themselves. Thank you.
So anyways, before I kick off the session, I want to ask two favors from you guys, especially the camera guy. Yeah, because since we're talking about science communication, I think the best ways is to show you with action the low-hanging fruit, where I'm coming from, what is the best action you can influence people. Carla, you have mentioned many things with quantum energy and stuff like that. But for us in Libya, you would be surprised if I just tell you that it is just, how do you go around this? It's actually just a selfie I can take. And it would be better if I'm gonna record a video and we all just say Bazin, okay? You don't understand it, but probably Malak, no Bazin. It's a famous Libyan dish, but just for the sake of it. So 1, 2, 3. See. Anyways, this was a simple mind or mindset refreshing. Thank you, Carla, so much for making this this introduction very easy for me, since we are talking about different types of ways to or techniques how to engage with the public. This is work correctly. Good. Just everyone has internet connection. If you just scan, you can just get some data. Zeki, this is for you, okay? I did this for you. So because I know there is some specific dilemma. I'm gonna just run this. Just gonna activate it. You see the question that's popping up. So, which foundation is more critical for a resilient national quantum ecosystem? Oh, the competition is very tough, actually. Nice, we got 6 people.
Assuming that you have $1 billion or?
Assuming it's an imaginary. You would know exactly what do I mean by $1 billion investment by the end. It's like we have a genie. I see some people changing their votes somehow. I see like 11, 12. You know, surprisingly, the competition is very tough. Okay. What are your thoughts on the how much percent for top down and the percent for bottom up? Any ideas?
60-40 in favor of.
You'll be surprised to be exactly 50-50. Okay. So, okay, it's changing now. Someone just changed their mind. Is that you? I think it was for the $1 billion investment, and then he changed down to because the grassroots embedded in his veins, right? Yeah. It's just a hypothetical thing, experiment. So the result, we got 12 people voting, and basically, 58 to 42. I don't know, it's not showing me the exact numbers, but yeah. So the question, or the real resilient test that we're gonna ask, let me go to the next question. Can you check the same page? The same page. Do you see it's still off. Like the next question, right? So what is the only thing no government can change? Like no government change. Speaking no government change, meaning a specific government flushes all the way with all of its ministries, and then one government comes with new ministries, new board members for all of the industries, and amazing. We got 13 people participating with 77% with informed human capital. Okay. Why did I ask these specific questions? I have given you all the low-hanging fruits of my session by just these two questions. So basically, your answers will be proving what I'm about to present to you. Okay, I tried to do this on I shared on LinkedIn with like a Google form or something like that. But I figured out, since I'm one of the last presentations, I figured out, let's do a live poll and see the reflections from the presentations during the event itself. Okay, so we got 14 people participated. We got I think 14% for national strategic roadmaps, 21% $1 billion infrastructure, 0% for sovereign wealth legislation, and 64% for import capital. Anyways, I Good evening. My name is Abdulmalek. I'm a telecom engineer, and for the last few years, I have been representing quantum organization Q Libya, or basically a part of Q World with Q Zeki. Actually, Q Turkey with Zeki. Zeki was one of the early people that I knew in the quantum community, and I still remember back even before the pandemic.
2019.
Right? Yeah. It was just around when I was finishing up with my bachelor project, and I was just seeking opportunities in the region. So other than that, recently, how do you do the laser? Recently, I have been appointed as a national coordinator for the African Quantum Consortium. So basically, the AQC is gathering many regional leaders in the continent. Under Q World, I do many lecturing with Q Bronze and Quicksand Ultra. For my ICT career itself, I'm a telecommunications engineer, and I do most of my ICT certificates with Microtech class B company, right? All right, enough about all of this. These are some snapshots about all of our efforts in the last couple of years. Forget about that. So the first topic that I want to talk about is the quantum ecosystem. It's some sort of, who mentioned that? I think maybe Bruna or Carla, that you have different disciplinary fields or different disciplinary fields where people are coming from. So basically, you got academics. What do academics exactly want from quantum? They just want to understand how to implement PQC projects, right? They want to understand, even for students or like Gen Z, right? They follow up on TikTok, they follow up on Instagram, and they're fascinated by quantum computing, not like the way quantum computing will be solving problems, but for young generations, and this is what I've been experiencing, especially the Gen Z. They don't have limitations or barriers in terms of what quantum computing could do. So basically, they don't question if it would happen or not, because they are living with the reality of generative AI, right? So they have this kind of a mindset that it's absolutely normal to have some advanced technology like that, right? So on the contrary side, so basically why I talked about these two, this is basically informed human capital and policy regulation versus investors basically on the other side. So this is bottom up and this is top down. So it's not just about different categories, it's also connecting different groups together. But the idea this category of professionals, they speak different language than investors and different language than academics. All right. Anyone has any questions on that? It's okay to. How much time are we running to now?
You have 8 minutes left of your symbol.
So in a very short explanation, the Boston Consulting Group explain what is, or they try to break down what is deep technologies. And when you think about it, deep technologies as a vocabulary, it's very similar to what we have seen, 5G, robotics, AI. But with the topic of quantum computing or quantum technologies, it's very different because you need a whole new set of skills, either software or hardware, new mechanisms, new type of education. Okay, so AI could benefit from data science. 5G could benefit from early established test beds with 4G. robotics as well can be drawn out from many things with automation in the industry. So what this imposes that investors in what they're expecting from deep technologies or what they're expecting from quantum technologies, they expect high ROI and just to implement the project very quickly, okay? And what that would actually create an ethical conflict of interest, right? And it would result into some projects and some initiatives will be handed down. And as many of you know that for some countries, they have billions, they want to invest in quantum, but some of their efforts are falling down because they want to do things very fast, okay? So back in 23, I have been invited by the Institute of Engineering and Technology, the Quantum Communication Journal, UK based, because I'm doing this ecosystem building in the region. I have been invited to structure down what is exactly that we're doing. And for the last few years, this is like the low-hanging fruit of what we're doing. You start with both workforce preparation and environment creation, right? And then you start with technology transition. Technology transition is like after you train the people, you now start get some testbed implementations, right? Basically, this is what is called technology transition from something that is exactly on your mind, but no, it's actually physical and you can implement it. And yeah, and then you would basically, when you have that technology or you tested out a few things, you can define your needs exactly with the technology. Maybe you say, maybe for a country like Libya, we could only focus on oil, gas, and telecommunications. For other countries, they focus on healthcare. Some countries focus on agriculture and so on. Chile will be focusing on minerals. Is that correct, Carla?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So, and then after that, you define your needs. You know exactly what you should do and who will be involved. And these are the perfect questions that Malak always asks. After you know the who, the what, the when, you should start doing the legislation, right, or regulation. But it doesn't mean that this is like some sort of a flow chart. There is always some kind of a feedback mechanisms, right? Because if you understood some obligations with the legislation facilitating, you could go back to the technology transition itself and start trying to understand what happened exactly that resulted into not specific needs that we don't want or specific needs that might be not good for the country or that contradicts some of the laws and regulations, right? So ending up with this, early in the days, just wrote this like ex-telco company that we had some work with for continuously like a half a year pitching for them to establish a real quantum hub in Libya. We reached to the level that we only have this meeting with the board members. And what happened is that there was some government change. So all of these board members in the companies, they in the telecommunication sector, all of these or most of these board members, they have changed. So what do you expect now? You need to do all of these conversations once again, right? Did you think that we stopped? We did not. We carried on with the same conversations on and on. But the funny thing is that we did the same conversations from 21, 22, the same conversations we did here. In a matter of the year and a half after that, we did those conversations maybe like 10 times. So we stopped and thought about the framework and what is happening exactly. We were stuck between the environment creation and technology transition. We want to build a hub, but we couldn't reach these levels. So we figured out, wait a minute, okay, this top-down approach doesn't work. So we need to focus on what? The bottom-up approach. And by the way, you can just check it out the paper, just the screen of that and check it out later. Basically, the framework that we have discussed, just like a couple of pages, it discusses a framework of implementing quantum technologies framework in any country. You can just leverage this framework and start with whatever you want. Okay. So this change management, this continuous change management poses political risk for quantum technology initiatives, right? Okay. Yeah, so basically what we figured out for strategic science communication is that we need to focus on the only thing that no government can change or take away, but it's actually in the house, it's the conform human capital. And this is what we've been doing. We've been giving so many lectures and workshops to university students, recently with Sarajevo University. And the methods that we use, so basically this is like tool one for our science communication techniques. Like we prepare the youths for the industries, prepare them with the proper skills, right? And then the second tool is that because now we are building the workforce, right? Now we need to also work on the other side, which is preparing the industry itself. And how are we willing to do that? So basically, we are starting, something what is called like telecom, which is like telecommunications and quantum. So telecom is a open, we're trying to build this open source framework for telecommunication companies, not just in Libya, but all around the world. We have good attraction, good minutes. Okay. We have good attraction from global professionals that they are doing their research on between quantum and telecom. If you do not know exactly what is happening between quantum computing and telecommunications, there is a huge motivation for quantum computing to be well embedded in 6G networks. So this is not just me talking. This is the work for companies like Ericsson, Vodafone, Ooredoo, all of these vendors and mobile network operators. They are trying to put together quantum computing chip inside the cloud architecture and also inside the radio access network, the one that you connect to with your mobile phone. So there will be quantum computing chips powering these massive calculations running through the network. Okay, so what can you say when looking at this picture? You have a quantum genie, right? That's not to cure someone, but imagine if you're just rubbing the lamp and this genie comes to you and say like, what are your wishes? You have unlimited computational power. You have enormous number of calculations you can do. You have so many different techniques with simulation that you can do. So basically, it's like a dream for people with technologies. So basically, I would end this with the way I see it, having quantum computers would be the same as having a genie without ethical use, like some kind of a manual. And yeah, the world. I think the world is moving and shifting towards new different scenarios for social or science communication roadmaps and how to engage with the public and how to engage with the people in the ecosystem. But yeah, thank you so much.
Okay. And for our final speaker of the session, Nicholas Arboleda.
Okay. Hi everyone. I think you know well, but just in case. My name is Nicholas Yella, and today the hat that I'm here in person, I'm capacity, but let's say the closest hat that I'm wearing today is a leadership team member of International Student Publish, which is an organization that works on tracking policy more specifically on technical issues around security and around nuclear disarmament and arms control. And today I'm going to talk about science communication and security. So a little bit of a different angle. And I'm going to talk specifically about when things go wrong. So here's the punchline. Science communication done wrong can lead to bad security decisions, which is not a crazy statement, but let's see how we get there. There's a few things that can go wrong. I mean, this is not exhaustive, but just a few very obvious ones. There is the building of threat narratives. We can think, and this can, I mean, I don't like dichotomies, but this is good for presentations. And we can overreact regarding this in each of the scenarios, or we can do just too little. So regarding threat narratives, we can think that Q-Day is going to happen tomorrow, and we can just panic and have a real knee-jerk reaction to it. Or we can do nothing and not even talk about it, or even jumping out of the dichotomy, say that yeah, it's all okay. There's nothing wrong with it. We're all okay with it. There's dual use risks. This is just communicating information that can have dual use applications without thinking about this dual use applications. Or and then here we can have again knee-jerk reaction or complete lack of action. There's the issue of research security, which I would consider also a dimension of science communication. And there's the issue of bandwidth. And here I mean bandwidth within policymakers. So there's only so much attention that a person can give or a government can give to certain different topics. And if we just start dumping academic papers on them that are very difficult to understand, or that are easy to understand really, but just a bunch of academic papers, they're not gonna, I mean, probably the bandwidth's not gonna be enough. Then again, if we don't talk about it at all, we have, again, this issue. So I'm gonna be focusing a little bit on the building of threat narratives. And my background is that I come from the social sciences, so I'll do a little bit of social science theory here. Specifically this book that came out in the 90s, which is quite interesting. The gist of the book is that threats don't just materialize out of nowhere in national security. They're created. We're actively building them by talking about them, by saying who's the threat actor, what is the actual threat, what is not a threat. So all of this, there are certain physical realities, there's some certain actual realities that are there. I'm not saying that doesn't exist, but there's the other side that's also right there, which is the perception side, which is the building of what we're actually afraid of. And the other thing that I'll talk about more specifically in regards to quantum is the whole issue of nuclear deterrence. So this is important so that we can talk about the rest of things. But let's say that I'll just explain nuclear deterrence very quickly. Let's say that I have a pen and I'm going to throw it at Sean, but Sean has a pen as well. So I don't want to throw my pen at Sean because he'll throw it back and I don't want to get hit by a pen. But what if I throw my pen really well and I disarm Sean and Sean's now penless, right? That's a scary prospect for him, right? He cannot defend himself, and then maybe I can throw another pen. And yeah, that's an issue. So that's essentially nuclear deterrence. I don't want people to throw nukes at me, so I'm going to have nukes. But then what if they can just target my nukes and take them out? That's the question that these people are always asking. And I want you to get a little bit in the mindset of this type of community. And this is this is a little bit of a caricature. Donald Rumsfeld, he was part of the Bush administration. You can see Mr. W there, and the recently deceased Dick Cheney was a horrible person. And this is just this was just shared after the IAEA found no evidence of nukes in Iraq. And Rumsfeld said, with regards to that, the absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence. So, okay, you didn't find anything, but how do I know that you didn't search like in all of the places where you should have searched? This is problematic on a lot of levels. I won't get into that, but I just want you to get into this mindset before we jump into these things.
if we get into this mindset, we'll start thinking about a lot of contingencies and a lot of things, and we'll start thinking, oh yeah, we need to have parity in all of these different domains in order to deter each other from attacking each other, and we'll get to very stupid things eventually. So this is from Dr. Strangelove. If you haven't watched it, I absolutely recommend it. It's a classic. They start talking about nuclear weapons, and then they start talking about survivability. And the option that they give for survivability is putting people in mine shafts. And they start talking about it, and the Americans say, oh, we don't have enough mine shafts. The Russians have more mine shafts. And they say, we cannot have this gap in capabilities. We need more mines for nuclear weapons, which is ridiculous on many levels. But then again, it's always horrible to explain a joke. But anyway, within this mindset, I guess you can see a little bit where I'm going with this. If we start talking about capabilities and start saying this capability is really important and it can really destroy everything that we have, then we're going to want to have that capability. We're going to want to also have a defense of that capability. And that can lead us on some wild goose chases, or just to do some really, it forces us to do some really stupid things at times. Now, the question here is, okay, but us, let's say generally scientists and engineers, does it make a difference if we talk about this stuff? So this right here is the letter that Einstein wrote to FDR, talking about nuclear weapons, to say there has been this new advancement in physics, and we believe that it can create a bomb that's going to be very powerful, and we should really create this bomb so that the Nazis don't have it, or in case that the Nazis have it, we have it as well, and they won't use it on us out of fear of this. So the idea of deterrence was there fairly early on, and it was very much heeded by FDR. The Manhattan Project started, and so on. So maybe yes, maybe we can have an influence. Also, this was Einstein, one of the most famous physicists of all time. But then again, I think we shouldn't be afraid of trying to talk about these things. And also, just a little note. This was Einstein, one of the most famous physicists of all time, particularly in that point in time. He wrote a 2-pager to the president of the US. I will leave him the second page because he was himself. But please, if you're trying to talk to a policymaker about this stuff, 1-pager tops. Really focus on the essentials. Now, I'm gonna walk you through some examples of how this is relevant to quantum, specifically for nuclear. So you guys have seen this article a bunch of times. The whole hype around Q-Day. Yeah, out of nowhere, things are gonna get real bad, and they're gonna get real bad really fast. We all know that that's not true. I mean, specifically on the nuclear side, I would argue that one of the most important arguments against, let's say, the hype around Q-Day is that just development timelines, and how this most likely going to be a gradual realization rather than something that's just going to happen on the flip of a coin. Is the whole definition between symmetric and asymmetric encryption. So if you have nuclear secrets, these are most likely under symmetric encryption. However, and there is always a however, there is this question of the second order vulnerabilities with asymmetric encryption. So what is there in the asymmetric systems, which are actually used in national security, that could be potentially on a second order level, that could be potentially dangerous for a nuclear deterrent? So that's one of the examples. Another one that gets a lot of hype is the whole issue of transparent oceans. So this has been a worry for the nuclear community for decades, really, because nuclear submarines are really the most survivable nuclear capability that there is. So people can see where your silos are. It's not that hard to take down planes. You can take them out even before they launch in some cases. So you basically have to rely on your nuclear submarines in order to send that pen back
so that you can punish your adversary for having attacked you. So that's called second strike. So our ocean's going to become transparent? I don't know, but from what I have read, no. I mean, so Rand has done some work on this. Well, Bruna mentioned it before, but it's I think it's pretty solid. And it's not just about looking at the specific capability, which she does right here. So she talks about like what type of, let's say, range you would have with different magnetometers for basically seeing this SSVMs with nuclear submarines. But it's not just about that. It's not just about the capability of the specific sensor. It's also about the deployment. So does deploying make sense? If you want to do it for the whole ocean, probably not. I mean, you need a lot of sensors and you need to keep them operational the whole time. If you want to do it for specific regions, choke points that SSVMs can take, it would probably still not make sense. I mean, it would be much easier, but it probably would still make sense because you still need to make sure that the sensors are operational at all times. You'd still need to deal with countermeasures, which are fairly easy to take care of when we're talking about magnetometers. So, but then again, this is still a conversation that's happening, and it's a bit of an issue. And just to clarify, I'm not saying that we shouldn't talk about those things, that we shouldn't be thinking about these issues. I'm saying that we should always talk about them with the nuance that they deserve, especially if we're talking about these things with policymakers, because they're often not military people. They're often not people that have, let's say, operational experience with how these things work. So please be very careful and think beyond your research. So it's not just about the sensor that you're making. It's also about how that sensor is going to be deployed. So how is that going to be an operational capability? And how does that fit into doctrine, which is also quite important. Another one is better position navigation and timing capabilities for missiles. So here, it's quite an interesting one because essentially certain sensors are theorized to be able to increase the accuracy of ICBMs, of intercontinental ballistic missiles, by a factor of 10. And Better and Sankaran have made some calculations based on some previous work as well. Essentially, if you have an increase in accuracy by a factor of 10, that means that you can reduce the yield of your weapon by a factor of 1,000 if you're targeting missile silos. So this would make it a little bit more thinkable that we can actually have that initial strike and take down the pen before we get struck back. However, and this is something that Federer and Sankaran do address, and I want to give them credit for that, there is a lot of issues with actually getting it. So we first of all have to miniaturize the sensors, where we can put them on individual warheads. Then we also have to make sure that they are resilient enough. It's not there in the slide, but we have to make sure that they're resilient enough that they can actually survive the re-entry, or even if you put them on a cruise missile, that they can actually survive just launch, which is quite difficult. And then there are other issues. So for example, this capability would not be able to take down bunkers or ports. It wouldn't be, let's say, good enough to have, let's say, a sub-kiloton warhead take down a bunker or port. And also, there is a huge complexity, and this is from Rand again, in conducting this type of disarm and strike. So even if it looks possible, it's still really, really hard, and it's probably not worth the effort. Because the cost is that you don't get all of the ICBMs of the enemy, you don't get all the weapons of the enemy, and then you get struck back. Now, I want to also make a point that even if these capabilities are not currently available, just the perception of this risk drives policy. So here is I think a really good example of that. There is the Golden Dome, which is this, I'll call it wish list of Donald Trump for having a a system that does everything in terms of air defense for the US. Part of it is space-based interceptors. So essentially, there is not even an architecture, an actual architecture for the Golden Dome at this moment. China and Russia are already reacting to it. They put out a joint statement basically saying this is deeply stabilizing, and it completely fails to recognize this whole dynamic that I was mentioning to you right now. So this whole dynamic of I am not attacking you because I know that I'm vulnerable to your attack, which comes from something called yeah, you have all probably heard about this mutually assured destruction. So yeah. So that's a little bit. Nuclear people call it strategic stability. There's a lot of fight about whether that's a useful title or not. Certainly sounds a little bit nicer. But the point stands, just the perception of a threat is already pushing policy. And I mean, this is not right in the slide, but for example, Russia has already, fielded itself as vindicated because from the Reagan era, they were thinking about Star Wars and how could they defeat Star Wars. So they had contingency plans for this. And now they're just doubling down on those contingency plans. China is also taking several actions to be sure that if there is a Golden Dome, it won't be able to overpower it. Now, I'll ask again, in the face of this weird times that make a difference, this is something that was published actually around the time of the nuclear bombings by the Association of Manhattan District Scientists, and essentially they called pretty accurately what was going to happen in the future. So they called the nuclear arms race pretty well. They're basically advocating against it, saying, okay, let's cool down. Let's be sure that this does not get out of hand. And they made this statement public. The problem is that people didn't listen. So it didn't work out. And here we are in a bit of a scenario that's complicated, specifically for nuclear. So yeah, 2 minutes. All right. Damn, it's long. So in the US, I think that science is a little bit of a difficult position. So in the US, for example, we have tech bros taking the place of scientists as technology advisors. So here we have Peter Thiel behind Trump. I didn't want to put Musk because I think Musk takes a little bit too much of the spotlight, and I think Peter Thiel is a little bit scared. We have Russia, where I would argue that the culture of admiration for technical excellence that existed in the Soviet Union has been eroded over time, and I think that that's very difficult because we start listening to scientists less when it comes to policy. And then finally, we have China, where there has been a greater turn towards authoritarianism recently with purges and so on, and it has become much harder for experts to speak out, especially if it's against the party line. So that's something else right there. So, and to make it all worse, science communication done well can also lead to bad security decisions. So like that's we can put all the information that we want out there, but still it can just end up bad. So my question to you is, what you gonna do about it? So, I would propose a couple of things. So continue to communicate well. People might listen. Understand your audience. That's kind of what I was saying. So here we're talking, and a couple of caveats, but here we're talking mostly about direct elite science communication, and I'm not covering this information, let's say, formally here. And then finally, I would say that please try to cover the risks, but also destabilizing uses. In security, we have a bias towards thinking always about the bad stuff, because when bad stuff happens, it's really bad. But there are also stabilizing uses to quantum technologies, and I'd say we're not thinking about them enough. So I put that a little bit as a final point because it's not science communication related specifically, but I would encourage you to think about stabilizing uses of these technologies a little bit more broadly within security. If you guys want to think about that and you need
someone's just like, get started, please let me know. I'd love to help you out. And I'm sure that Shantanu would like to do that too. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now we don't have time for questions, but of course we're going to have time for questions. This is Friday afternoon. We're going to have time for questions, and we're going to start with Adrian.
Yeah, thanks for the talk. Interesting that these people like Donald Rumsfeld made it to our conference. That really resonated with me, and I was thinking, it's maybe rather a comment also, but I want to ask you what you think about it. That we shouldn't also drive the security wave in a way in getting our thoughts into the debate. So that is what I'm thinking about. And maybe that's also a bottom line of what you said. So I mean, of course, so quantum technologies might generate problems. Therefore, someone should look on the impact and the security risks and also the threats for humanity. And this is like a good argument for our work. But at the same time, we're fueling the debate with it. So what do you think about this point? And it's a bit connected to my thoughts before, but yeah, I didn't put my head around fully yet.
Your point is that we shouldn't be like falling within the security debate, or
yeah, I mean, somehow, of course, we need to be involved. Like Ziggy and me, we're involved in a project for the government or for the parliament where we assess the military applications of quantum technologies, so that parliamentaries can make better decisions. Okay, that's, I would say, important. At the same time, when we just talk about the security threats and the necessary countermeasures, we just say quantum technologies have security issues and don't talk about what do we want them to be developed for and these kind of things.
I agree. Next question.
By the way, you can ask questions to every speaker. It's open floor now.
Well, we talked a little bit before about the situation of what I mentioned at the end, of mentioning the bad and also the good. And I have to say, it's still not super convinced. So I just want to understand if you have like a historical example or evidence that we should discuss the good as well. Because, well, from my point of view, first of all, I think I already mentioned that I'm really skeptical about some of the like quantum for climate, quantum for agriculture, because I feel the use cases are not very well proven to have a speed up and all. So I think it sounds a bit like greenwashing. And when you're talking, I thought maybe there's a parallel between, for instance, science communication and like climate change, because there's the argument that maybe you should not take care with language, because you don't want people to get so depressed that they will not act at all. So you need to have some sort of care with the language so you don't just go completely inactive, right? So I just wonder what you're thinking in terms of the positives of sprinkling the good side, because for me, I still think we need to take like the bad side very seriously. I feel like because we're not talking nearly enough.
Very quickly. So if there's only bad stuff, then why are we doing this? Like, let's stop. Like that, I think there the answer would be very, very clear. But I do think that there are, I mean, from what I've seen, important positive applications. I would give an example of another technology where this has been the case, specifically within security, so AI. I mean, AI in the nuclear domain at the beginning was just seen as this thing that's going to come at us. Robots are going to take care of, are going to have nukes. I'm going to have control of nukes. It's going to be horrible. Everything's going to go bad. But there's actually a lot of uses of AI for verification, for example. So the IAEA has a specific, the International Atomic Energy Agency has a specific conference focusing on the positive uses of AI for nuclear verification. So this goes from having models that can go through video and identify possible anomalies, so that you don't need to have a whole bunch of people doing that the whole time. And you can free up resources from all of the other work that the IAEA has that, I mean, they really have their hands full. But that's I would say just one of the examples. And I think that in general, I would agree with you that there's not that much that is super clear in terms of use cases within quantum for good insecurity. I mean, you can talk about like optimization stuff, but that's come far. And it also, I mean, and you can use it for everything. I mean, so it's like super dual use. So that's one of the cases where you can just think a little bit harder and think, okay, how can I use that within my operations if you're the IAEA, for example. Another one that's more specific is the case of decaying atoms for seals. So the IAEA has specific seals that guarantee that no one has to open, let's say, a briefcase, for example, with evidence, or any other container that has, let's say, nuclear relevant evidence. So that's, I'll say that's one use case there. But the issue is that with all of this verification technologies, there's two things that you have to be very careful about. The first one is that you have to be sure that there's trust in the technology. If there's no trust in the technology, then you're done. Because I mean, these things have to be, I mean, really foolproof. I mean, we're talking about nukes after all, right? And the second thing is that you have to be sure that in the case of sensors, they're not too good. Because verification is, you can look into my stuff as much as I can tell you that you can look into my stuff. If you look more, that's fine. So you have to be sure that your technology is not too good. And then obviously there's the whole like, I mean, range of technical issues of getting things out of the lab and into the field, which is also, let's say, the third thing. They have to be portable, they have to be, let's say, resilient. And that's also a different issue. But I mean, I do get your point. I mean, right now there's not a lot right there, but I do think that we just have to think about it. I don't think that there's just not, or rather, I'm not ready to say that there's nothing there because I haven't seen it. If that makes sense.
I'm sorry to go to the back stuff because it's very important. Well, one of what I see is always when it comes to new technologies or emerging technologies, the state interest and the national security comes always on the top of the priorities of the state. At the end of the day, it's very important to look at it, and it's not looking at the technology as always will be used against another state. So this is very important to look at that perspective. This is based on at least my thoughts. There is something else. Look at a part of the world where some countries are receiving bombs on them, and what about these nefarious actors who are aggressing different countries are having are accessing this kind of technology or using this technology, quantum computing or others for optimization or how that area will be. And as you said, I throw my pen on you will do it back, and this is what's happening with the
How it as well.
exactly. This is what is happening, and I'm not gonna hide between Israel and Iran, and this is very important to highlight and look at it. The use of the GPS jamming in that area is quite a lot. So I highlighted one thing. The second point is, I believe also synthetic biology is something else that we need to look at, because I don't see it in a lot of debates when it comes to quantum and the potential use of quantum computing in this kind of technology, which highlights a lot of could be unethical dimensions with, because we don't know exactly the application of the research when the labs continue to do that. And I see some groups, they publish something and they claim that they shut down one of the research. I'm not sure if you are familiar with that or not, but I can share some information about it.
So On the synthetic biology point, I'm not familiar with the specific instance that you're talking about, but there I think that we have some lessons from AI. So I mean, with AI, there was also this sort of scare that there were going to be all of these new pathogens and substances that could be, let's say, pretty much terrible for humanity, and we're going to be able to synthesize those. And, yeah, basically, we got a big problem. The thing is that there's a difference between understanding how the structure of a molecule works, like how it actually looks. That's how you can, and then how you can actually synthesize the molecule. So that's, let's say, a gap there. And that has been sort of what has cooled down tensions in the case of AI. I think that there is a part of that that's also valuable for quantum when we're thinking about, let's say, synthesizing new molecules and thinking about new types of synthetic biology. I mean, web-based synthetic biology. Then the rest of the, perhaps I can talk about the rest of the question groups afterwards, so that we can.
Hi, thank you, Nicolas, for this talk. I think it's a very important topic to address. I am with Bruna in her opinion that for me it's not so clear what is like the good side of the quantum. I think that there is a lot of, again, like abusing of some terms, like believing that this can help to like a climate change or some agriculture, I don't know. And so far I have not seen anything like a real deal with that proving that. Seems to be more like the capability of running things like in parallel, more than something like really addressed by the quantum thing. So in that sense, I think that unfortunately focusing in the negative, it's maybe I am too naive, I don't know, but I think that in the political sphere, they want to control that and they want to be like the larger, the first one into like having the quantum computer, the first one that can attack and like a spy to the other state, like information and whatever. So I think in that sense, for me, it's like naturally that the discussion has been like driven or directly in that direction, even if I don't agree by my heart, but I understand the situation. And I think that I wanted to come back to Adrian's point, because at the end, you want to talk about this risk and you want to put ELSA on the table. And these people are running at the end of the conversation by fear. And this, I believe this has a lot to do with the controlling of the people, and has been like this the whole human history, in my opinion. So I think in that sense, it's good to think like how you enter to that game and to try to put the topic on the table, even if it has been driven by fear, which I understand it could have been better addressed, but at the end of the day, it has been like this. So I just wanted to come back to Adrian's point on that we have to, have a way in order to put this topic on the table and maybe using the fear that they have created in the beneficial of that discussion.
Is yours also learning with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's hear this one and then.
It's a mix actually.
Okay.
Right. On the topic of Q-Day that you kind of like briefly alluded to, is kind of interesting that last week I was at a fintech conference in Singapore as part of my work in the business school, and they were actually having these conversations on Q-Day as well. And I think the whole premise on Q-Day for them has to do with PQC migration, although the conversation was not in very particular technical terms, but there was a little bit of a panic in the financial industry around Q-Day, right? And so that's one point that I wanted to mention. And the other thing has to do with, for instance, you're drawing parallels between strategic directions in nuclear armaments and then potential in quantum for similar purposes. So I'm just wondering whether you're also looking at particular use cases from, let's say, quantum sensing vis-a-vis, for instance, non-destructive testing in nuclear, for instance, which I would say is probably the closest analogy to quantum sensing that I can think of, where there is obviously also relevance to like the nuclear bomb and also to what the use of quantum sensing for military purposes. So that's one. And then the third part actually has to do with I kind of like been thinking a lot about quantum energy initiative actually since yesterday. I mean, I've been thinking about it for a while, but since yesterday, and because we're talking about data centers, right? And data centers are now also affected by AI as much as it's by quantum because of the huge amount of energy that's being utilized, right, to run these data centers. So, and then I'm thinking a bit about current interest in reviving nuclear energy as an energy mix in the global south, including in Southeast Asia, including particularly in my country, you know, and we connect that to what's happening in terms of energy transition policies and movements in Europe, particularly in Germany, that has been decommissioning its nuclear power plants, right? So I guess my question around this is I'm not actually entirely sure how to kind of frame this, but I'm thinking in terms of quantum energy initiative and what lessons can we learn from, let's say, nuclear energy, even though it's not exactly the same thing. But at the same time, I think at a technological level, it does speak to certain advantages. The reason why nuclear energy is gaining traction and interest is because number one is actually touted as green energy. Number two is because people are desperate. I mean, all their alternative sources of energy they've been exploring were found to be insufficient. And that, of course, is connecting to energy usage and deep electrification. So, yeah, I'll be interested to see your work in this, right? In terms of energy security and then broader security.
I will comment and then I'm going to give the mic back to Nicholas, but we can wrap it up.
Yeah, I think it's a question regarding whether the people in this room, when we are doing tech assessment or risk analysis, those kind of scenarios, how much should we focus on combining the countermeasures or combining other tech in our analysis, comparing it with quantum, or is it more of a job for the policymakers that I think?
That's interesting.
Thank you very much. So, firstly, I completely agree with it in terms of climate change and agriculture. There's like not a lot of stuff really there to show for. I was talking, when I talk about positive uses, I'm not talking about, let's say, positive uses of quantum in general. I'm not inviting you to think about that. I know that you guys are thinking about that. I'm talking about positive uses for security specifically. And positive is a very, let's say, flip-floppy word. I'm talking about stabilizing uses. So things that can stabilize this balance of fear that we're talking about. I'm never, also, to be clear, I'm not saying that we shouldn't think about the destabilizing uses. We need to understand them. But if we don't understand them, how are we supposed to deal with them, right? I mean, that's absolutely necessary. So I agree with you on those points specifically. I just wanted to clarify myself. So yeah, let's talk security. Let's talk security and let's talk quite seriously about it. Regarding fintech, I think it's an interesting thing. I mean, going back to nuclear, because when we're talking about nuclear crisis, it's interesting to think about the instabilities and this James Acton's term, and please don't kill me. And the entanglement between these instabilities that are beyond quantum, beyond nuclear and let's say with nuclear. So how can you combine this crisis? Again, not my term. James Acton was actually a really cool researcher. Then non-destructive testing. I think it's definitely a use case. I mean, I've heard people talk about it before. The things that we know how to build a nuclear weapon, and we know that they work. So why would we do non-destructive testing if we are actually? I mean, we know that the tech works, and we also know that. I mean, it might be useful if you want to have a very, let's say, efficient nuclear weapon, but otherwise, we're talking 1940s technology, right? I mean, it's not crazy. And if you have a nuclear weapon, most of the times you'll probably want to telegraph that because that's the deterrence value of it. You want to show people, hey, I have a pen, and I'm not afraid to use it.
in the case that you want to go against the whole like nuclear savagery, which is a bit of an issue, right? Then again, you could do some non-destructive testing before you actually do the demonstration, but okay, that's a little bit of a rabbit hole. And then in terms of nuclear energy and what can be learned from it, from the development, I think that Atoms for Peace is an interesting parallel with what you, Bruna, and you, Carla, have been mentioning. So the whole like Atoms for Peace program that was saying, oh, actually, nuclear energy is not just about nice, these horrible weapons. We can also do these nice things, like, I don't know, like making sure that fruit doesn't rot quicker, and we can have some medical uses. Those things are very valid, but at the same time, I mean, you put them in the balance, right? I mean, it's a difficult thing. And then Sean's question about how much should we talk about countermeasures and other technologies within technology system? I would say that it's really important that you put work in there when you're doing a tech assessment, because the policymakers are not going to do it. And I think that we have to, let's say, chew their food for them in that sense. And it's very important to always understand that this technologies never exist in a vacuum. There's social situations that are around them and are within them. And there's also, well, a whole range of dynamics that are, so I think it's really important. And here I would specifically mention military doctrine as a thing that we have to think about beyond just other capabilities. So how are these things actually could actually be deployed in realistic scenarios?
Well, thank you. So you're hearing this? Coffee is calling for you, which signals the end of our session. We will be reconvening in 15 minutes. Zeki?
Yes.
That'd be good.
Yes, so we will reconvene in 15 minutes here, but I would like to thank all of you and our online audience now, and also for those who have been listening to us later, the recording, because now I will stop the recording for the open discussion part. Of course, our online audience, stick with us. We will reconvene in 15 minutes, but this part won't be recorded. Yeah.
So we should thank our speakers.